we'll change it to gallery view so we can see everyone, but noting Councillor Kane and Councillor Newbeeser's attendance online at the moment. I know have a number of people here this evening and online for public forum. Our public forum is set for a time certain of 6:30 p.m. So we'll turn first to the first item on our agenda, which is item 2.1. It's a work session on BTV Cares. And Mayor, this is an item that came at the request of your administration, so I will turn the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Travers. I'm going to ask my chiefs, Chief Burke of our police department, Chief Curtin of our fire department, our CIO, Scott Barker, who is project managing Modern Gov, and then Council President Travers, we have two folks online, I believe, from the HowardCenter. Beth Holden, which would be great to promote. She is the Chief Client Services Officer, as well as Tammy Buddha, who is the Director of Street Outreach for the HowardCenter. So if they're online, if they could be promoted, this will help with the discussion and the presentation from our team. And I just want to thank our team and also my office team in the Mayor's office for putting together what folks can reference online on this agenda item, a memo which explains a bit of the history of the BTV Cares program embedded in the police department, as well as some of our assessment over the last year under the leadership of Ingrid Jonas, who is the specialist on community safety out of my office, as well as some additional documents that speak to the origin of this particular program dating back to 2023, which we provided for historical context. So with that, I've asked my team to sort of provide some high-level overview points between the two chiefs, and then we can see what questions there are from councilors. So Chief Burke, would you, or Chief Curtin, mind kicking us off?
Certainly, I can. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Just for the record, my name is Sean Burke. I serve as your interim Chief of Police, and here to talk about the CARES program, which operates out of the Burlington Police Department. We've done some examination of this model, and we have been really focused on resources that respond directly to incidents. And when we think about an alternative response to just a police officer going, we essentially have two groups of people. We have our street outreach partners, and then we have our community support liaisons. And we did have two clinician level folks in the CARES department that we're doing a little bit different work, a higher level of work. And I will say that as the CARES program was initially proposed in 23, that program really never came online. So taking some time in and amongst a lot of other things in my first 8 months here, we realized that the community medicine portion of this, be it first envisioned as a nurse, then envisioned as an EMT, never came online. We, in fact, don't have a police officer in the Cape anymore. The domestic violence prevention officer is no longer an occupied position, which really doesn't connect with our CARES work. But nonetheless, there was not a police element to what was envisioned as kind of a cahoots model. So this led to a restructuring of the grant funding from the state of Vermont. So the portion of the funding that was dedicated for the nurse/EMT was taken away. The grant term was then defined to end December 31st of 2025. And the department has always struggled to fill the second clinician spot. So looking at the program in its totality from an operational perspective of a police department, it never came online as envisioned. We were going to have a huge uphill fiscal concern running this program into the future. And it can be argued either way in terms of efficacy in responding to incidents. So our CARES clinicians would not respond directly to incidents. Inherently by their work, could they better support folks that wouldn't show up in our incident data in the future? That's a possibility, but we have to look at how to use our finite human resources in a way that we can respond to calls related to public safety directly from the community. So that was kind of the operational decision to this matrix, if you will. And then the HowardCenter obviously is our designated agency here in Chittenden County. They are the only agency really recognized by the Department of Mental Health, and they advise the administration and public safety leadership on their role and their capacity in responding to behavioral health needs in the community, as that is their charge. I will say, as this program was really initially envisioned, there was a hope that the Burlington Police would employ qualified mental health professionals on our staff. So those are folks that can actually do the assessments that could lead to a hospitalization. That was never going to be prohibited, or I'm sorry, never really allowed by the Department of Mental Health. And that system might also be fraught with the perception of the police employ people that can involuntarily remove folks suffering from crisis in the community and hospitalize them. So again, high level from the police department perspective on the operational side of the CARES program itself and the decision process that we were part of.
Do you want to go to questions?
Before we do that, Chiefs, I just want to underline one thing that I know that Chief Burke and I have talked a lot about is when he began, and it's mentioned in the memo, but specifically when looking at crisis mental health response and having it embedded in a police department. And that, I think that's an important piece here when we were doing the assessment under Ingrid Jonas's leadership and where best practice lies with behavioral health services, having that embedded and reporting within a police structure is not a best practice. It's not a place where those clinicians can be best suited and supported with a chief of police as the ranking, if you will, overseeing authority of such a program. And I think that it's important that we leave time, of course, for our counselors to ask questions. So I'm sure there'll be some additional questions. I don't mean to take up more time.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Chiefs, and Scott for being here. Well, I guess you're a chief as well. We've got 3 chiefs. Chief, yes.
Not a real chief.
Different kind of chief. So we'll now turn the floor to the counselors. Any counselors with feedback or questions here? Counselor, yes. Counselor Schachter. Yes, we'll go to you first.
Okay.
And then Carpenter.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you so much for being here and for talking about this. And also I want to express profound gratitude to everyone who has been a part of this program up until now. So I was wondering, I have 3 questions. Should I do them one by one or should I put them? Okay, great. I just wanted to confirm, just for my own knowledge, that when we did the fiscal year 26 budget, that we did we fully fund this program or did we only fund it through the end of the grant term in December?
No, so the program was fully funded and it was reliant upon the grant that's reflected on the revenue side. But of course, those grant funds would have only been available for the first half of the fiscal year. And our projections today indicate that we're, kind of projected to go over budget on that line regardless. So we budgeted like $334,000. We're relying on the better part of $244,000. To date, we're about $22,000 over.
Okay. But at the time of the budgeting, we were not anticipating these 2 additional RIFs.
That's correct.
We had budgeted for the, okay. Can you talk a little bit about kind of how this decision was made? I totally hear everything you're saying and sort of, I guess, like who was a part of who was involved in making that decision? I know that this program has provided invaluable support in so many ways and is part of a much broader continuum of incredible service providers and public servants providing critical work every day. But I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about sort of the decision-making process behind it, given that it had been budgeted for when we kind of approved the budget back in June.
Certainly. I think that's a ModGov process.
As Chief Burke said, and I think we can get some more clarification on it as well, the revenue was grant funded and the revenue was slated to end on December 31st. And the conversations around how to handle the staffing and have it go through was directly impacted by or influenced by that, as well as conversations with HowardCenter and our community partners to make sure that we were able to wind that down with no gaps in terms of the people that were being served and also going forward, new people that would need to be served.
And I will add, Councilor Schachter, for your benefit and the council's benefit, it actually goes back earlier than that. So Ingrid Jonas, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Her major charge was looking at how we deliver community safety amongst many facets, not only the city, but community partners. And she met with a number of issues going back, a number of entities going back to January of 2025. And I want to be clear that in the presentation of the fiscal year 26 budget, she had not completed her assessment of the community safety programs that were far and wide within the city. So we were not prepared to make a recommendation. She had not concluded her work. Her work concluded in October, as you all know, and she made the recommendations through our Modern Gov framework, with Chief Curtin at the lead, Chief Burke at second, because he's a lot on his plate. You both have a lot on your plate. And that's where that recommendation came around the best utilization of resources within the city, given all those conversations that Ingrid had had. So Ingrid, just quickly, of course, met various elements of the HowardCenter. That's why Beth Holden is online here, including Sandy McGuire, the new CEO within the last year plus. She met with Lacey Smith, who is within the CAPE program, leads the CAPE program within Burlington Police Department. She also met with our Community Justice Center folks, including street outreach and the leadership there in street outreach within Howard. This was all specific to BTV Cares, but of course in her larger work, she was also assessing the use of community safety liaisons, and under Chief Burke's leadership in October, it's also in the materials we posted, it was also very clear we needed standard operating procedure articulated for the use of CSLs and CSOs. It was murky before Chief Burke came in and helped to clarify all the roles and responsibilities so we know who goes to what calls and really start to articulate an organized strategy around our alternative response. This is something that was well overdue for the city and part of our overall strategy of making it more effective and clear, both internally and externally, community safety response.
Thank you. And my last question, and this might also make more sense when we get to the HowardCenter contract portion of our meeting, but my understanding, and having spoken with HowardCenter, is that we're, significantly increasing our investment, which I, am happy to support, voted for when we passed our budget. They do phenomenal work. But I was told that the increased funding was merely to sustain the current level of services that they provide our city. So I'd love to hear a little more about sort of how that works, knowing that now they're going to be taking on and helping provide continuity, it sounds like, from this program sunsetting and them sort of picking up some of that work. So I'm just trying to make sense of what that looks like.
I think that might be a Beth question.
I think we could put Beth on, if Chief, if that's okay, and then I can follow up Beth as well. Beth, again, is from the HowardCenter, and she is the Chief Client Services Officer, and there is a new MOU on your agenda, as you alluded to, Councilor Schachter, which details a lot of pieces. I'll let Beth, if you want to go first, I can supplement anything you want to offer to that question.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. Beth Holden. Thanks for the invite to be here. I hear the concern, I think, around capacity. I just want everyone to know from a HowardCenter perspective, we are not concerned about our staffing capacity. We feel well prepared to take on this additional work, as well as just want to express the huge empathy around any time a program closes. We've gone down this road before. It's very, very difficult, and these are never easy decisions. So I appreciate, I want the CARES team to know that. HowardCenter is always evolving from the initial early conversation of a cahoots-like model. Things have changed dramatically at HowardCenter and within our system of care within our state and our region. Everyone is looking at how do we best manage our resources. We are all under very limited resources. Our community needs are greater. So part of this conversation is also about the vast expanse of crisis services that we have to offer. First Call for Chittenden County has been around for 20 plus years. We have a great mobile crisis capacity now, a 2-person response team, best practice vision. We have a 988 system within our state for anybody who's having a mental health crisis, and folks that use a 988 number oftentimes can get their needs met via a phone call versus an outreach or face-to-face visit or going to someplace like our additional service of mental health urgent care, which is located up at the hospital. Our street outreach team has been around for 30 plus years. We know clients, we know the business. We specialize in mental health and suicidality. The community outreach team was an extension of, because of the success of the street outreach team. And as everybody else knows, now we even have additional resources of the situation table, the sequential interstep model, and now accountability court. So I think it's really important for everybody to know there's just an expansive continuum of care for all crisis services, number one. And number two, the number of people, one of, I think, the main drivers for us is we really want to prevent redundancy of services. And part of that is to make sure we have a continuity of care for the number of clients we share. So many of our high-end utilizers of services are seen by many people and many different organizations around town. So I know there's been some numbers thrown around how many people we're talking about. And I just want to remind everybody that a lot of those people could already be connected to HowardCenter and receiving care, and or in addition to other services within our community. So from one perspective, I understand if you see numbers, but I just want to be really clear that those are not unique people necessarily.
Councilor Schachter, you're at time, so, okay. I've received a couple comments from folks on Zoom. They can hear us, but folks have said that they can't see us. So
Correct.
okay, so I would just flag that for folks on Zoom that the cameras are not on in Contoys for whatever reason. And there we are. Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Carpenter, and then we'll go Councilor Newbeezer, and then Letwin, and then Singh.
Thanks. Councilor Schachter asked some of my questions. I guess I just want to make a comment that having worked on this when it first started, I'm surprised that we haven't heard more updates and then to receive this information on discontinuing on such short notice. And I appreciate the thoroughness of the work, but that is new to many of us. And it doesn't clearly help us identify where are there still gaps? There probably are. Where are the gaps? Whose responsibility is it? When the program was first started, there was tons of conversation about should it be police, should it be Howard? At that time, the police leadership wanted it there, and Howard didn't. And I appreciate the world has changed, and we should discuss it. I guess my comment relates to the shortness of the decision and the fact that the council itself was not aware of this evolution and the community itself. And so what are we still missing? It doesn't, in the memo, we still don't know what we're missing. We heard families testify to us about having a family member in a psychiatric crisis. 911 would go to the psychiatric crisis and not have the appropriate staff to respond. And is that still a gap? And that's a little different than some of the frequent users, which also have mental health problems. And we had 2 serious mental health crises that resulted in deaths. You know, what's the infrastructure for that? So I guess I'm feeling like we have not yet answered all those questions. It may be the time to transition this another way, and I'm totally open to that. But I think we need more discussion to understand that.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I will address briefly the process question you raised and then the service gaps. I don't know if Beth, if you want to take that, or Chief Burke, you want to take that. And I'll just start by saying, I've asked Jessica Brown, our city attorney, to just comment on the executive authority within our charter on the parameters for which, when you operationalize policy within the city, what are within the powers of the administration versus council. What I said before, I just want to reiterate, we've been assessing this work since January, and then through what we've learned in Modern Gov Year 1, making sure that we engage impacted employees first, the union as well, and then make recommendations. We were planning to come to council as part of this. This is the queue up of us coming forward. There was a grant involved in this particular piece of Modern Gov's look at community health. But I would like to just see if the city attorney can briefly speak to the executive branch's authority when looking at operationalizing and ending programs, especially that are grant funded.
Well, what I'm prepared to speak to is, has actually already sort of been identified or raised by Councilor Schachter. I do think that when it comes to operational decisions, including staffing decisions, those do fall within the authority and discretion of the mayor, the chiefs, and if there are questions related to the budget, as Councilor Schachter raised, then those are governed by our purchasing policy. But in terms of the authority of the department heads and the mayor to make operational and staffing decisions, yes, I think that our charter gives that authority to those officers.
And to your gaps question, Counselor, I just wonder if the chief and/or Beth want to just speak briefly to where we are in the wind down of the program and our attention to this important piece of it. Chief
Sure.
Burke will start. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. We're constantly identifying gaps. There's, a whole host of challenges that community members face. But I will say, just to get right at the question of the ecosystem in which we have to respond to those challenges, bringing the community support liaisons into the program, into the response model, which was formalized in September, and also the street outreach team, which has really existed for 3 decades, but it's much larger now, and the Howard Center really offered us a great deal of autonomy on how we assign their staff as well. And you will note of crisis incidents that are kind of in the media as of late, that you will see those employees on the scene working with the police department in ways to de-escalate and address new strategies to try to help people get out of their state of crisis and into a place that we can help them.
And Beth, do you have anything to add on that? Sorry, Counselor.
Sure. I am pleased to say we are in a really great staffing pattern right now. Our teams are fully staffed. That absolutely was not true in the early discussions of when we were trying to discuss a cahoots model. So that's changed pretty dramatically. So we are fully staffed. We have a very deep bench too of clinical expertise, which is another area I'd like everybody to hear that we have veteran, senior, very highly trained clinical people that support our folks on the ground and that are doing the direct work. So it's a very complex business. There are lots of legalities. There are lots of risk management, safety, and our work with the police department has been pretty seamless. And they really, as Chief Burke mentioned it, we worked pretty easily together to try to get to clarity of what the different teams were going to do the best for our community, to not duplicate services and to not interfere with existing treatment plans. I think that's another really important thing for folks to know, that when multiple parties are around, multiple parties involved with each case, folks can get really confused about what the message is and what is part of their treatment plan. So that's one thing we feel pretty strongly about at Howard Center and can continue on to help people get to their highest point of functioning that they can.
So thank you, Councilor Carpenter. You're at time, Councilor Carpenter. So we'll have to move to the next speaker. But the 5 minutes rolls when our guests are speaking as well. We are approaching 6:30 here, and I think this conversation is going to likely go a bit longer. I'd like to turn to Councilor Newbeezer here, and then Chief Burke, Chief Curtin, CIO Barker, and our friends from the Howard Center. Are you able to stay until the end of public forum and then perhaps resume this topic at that point in time? Okay. We have 8 speakers at the moment signed up here in City Hall and 3 speakers online to give folks a sense of how long public forum may be. Councilor Newbeezer, I think we'll turn to you, and then we'll be a couple minutes after 6:30, but we'll turn to public forum once your comments are complete. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council President, and thanks to all of you for all your work and for being here. I have 2 questions. One is I have no social work background. I have no real public safety background. So I want to get a practical sense, like as dumbed down as possible, for lack of a better way to put it, of the CARES team and sort of the population or the situations they would respond to versus the Howard Center's street outreach currently under the current setup? And then if we are closing down the CARES program, you know, where that sort of delta is, and are those, whatever might land in that delta currently, is that being picked up by Howard and getting confirmation of that? Or another stakeholder, or there's something else that covers that, those functions? And then the second piece was just clarity on, I know sort of part of this is sparked on by the state pulling funding, this grant ending. Sounds like from what you shared tonight, it was because there's certain parameters for that funding. We couldn't meet that funding in terms of getting an EMT or a nurse hired into the BTV CARES program, if I'm understanding correctly. Is that the sole reason? Is there like a set bucket that the state already had for this grant funding that dried up? Is it just that we couldn't hire, and if we could have, we otherwise would have seen this program continue? And when I say that program continue, the grant funding continue. I think someone spoke to it a little bit, but my last question, and then I'll turn it over here, was just making sure or asking if folks could describe sort of the relationship in practical terms. Just if we sort of outsource positions to a designated agency, what's the relationship like, you know, 6 months from now if we want to pivot that, you know, what certain staff capacity is engaged in, if that makes sense? You know, do we have that same level of flexibility? Is that a challenge for us? So I guess those are my sort of 3 questions on this.
Certainly. So I'll try to be succinct here, and I'll allow Howard to answer to what street outreach or how street outreach functions. But in terms of how CARES operates, they're like at a case management level, so not incident responders. That's the most simple way I can put it. To answer your question on the grant, so this was a short-term, it was always engineered to be a 2-year grant to get a program off the ground. So we knew that this grant funding was coming to a close here at the end of December of 2025. And then remind me of your third question, I'm sorry.
Just like operationally, when we sort of, in this case, potentially designate some sort of staff role or staff capacity to a designated agency, how does that sort of affect our ability to pivot live, if that makes sense?
Certainly. So I would say my experience, the first time I was a Burlington cop, my experience with community outreach when I was chief of South Burlington, and then most recently with street outreach coming online and being a primary responder for us in 2 incident categories. We are working hand in glove, you know, we're a hand in glove situation, and I don't foresee any challenges of having to pivot services in any one direction or another, especially given the fact that Howard is the designated agency for the county by, as set by the Department of Mental Health.
And Beth, do you mind speaking to the Department of Mental Health's funding changes and evolution over the last 3 years? I think that would be helpful for answering Councilor Niebieser's point around maybe where we started when we originally proposed BTV CARES as a city, and how funding priorities for the state have really shifted from, as I understand it, trying to prevent people from going to the emergency department and the kind of on-the-street emergency care, low barrier approach to much more different funding model from the state. But you are the leader from the designated mental health agency locally, if you could speak to that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. The priorities and have changed quite a bit to really be community focused and to make sure the expertise is where it needs to be. So, for example, for a street outreach team, if there's not safety reasons or violence or weapons involved, you know, the police don't necessarily need to be tied up to do that, and that's something our outreach team can respond to. If somebody does not need a medical intervention and need to be screened by an emergency department, let's not tie up the emergency department. So I think the state Department of Health has become clearer and clearer with their priorities, that they want to support community work and having the expertise where it is. They also have a very limited number of funds. Several other HowardCenter programs have closed over the past few years, and it's all to create the improved resources, improved efficiencies, and making sure we collaborate with our community to provide the best services. I think the previous counselor, I think your third question was about flexibility, and if you get tied into, if you're asking, can we add staff if needed, or will there be a reduction staff if needed? That's really something that would be discussed on an annual contract basis, which is really part of an MOU process, which I understand you'll be discussing later. But I was thinking that was kind of where you were going with that question.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. I think we'll pause this item for a moment. I appreciate the patience of our guests here. We did warn public forum for a time certain of 6:30, and we'll go ahead and open public forum now at 6:36 p.m. We will, as always, turn first here to Burlington residents in City Hall. We'll then turn to any Burlington residents who are online. We repeat that same process then for non-Burlington residents, both here in City Hall and online. As a reminder, in order to participate in public forum online, you need to have signed up at least an hour in advance of when public forum begins. Each speaker, whether here in person or online, will be provided 2 minutes to speak. When I call your name, if you're here in person, if you could please come here to the table and take a seat. We have a relatively new microphone set up here, so you don't need to worry about the mic being on or off. It's automatically on, but please speak straight into the microphone. For those online, I'll let you know once you've been unmuted. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair and not to any other individual. It's important that your comments refrain from any individualized attacks, hate, harassment, or other derogatory comments based on any individual's protected characteristics. We also ask that comments please refrain from being unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point in time, it will be because I'm asking them to respectfully proceed in accordance with these rules. If a speaker continues in violation of these rules, I reserve the right to end public comment at that point in time. So with that, as mentioned, we begin with Burlington residents. The first Burlington resident we have here is Gabriella Orzon, who will be followed by Benjamin Robke.
Hi, my name is Gabby Grzan, and I'm a member of the University of Vermont Student Tenant Union. As you guys know, I've been here for the past few meetings, and we're here to read more testimonials, and also I'm going to give a little bit of encompassing statement about the Student Tenant Union, how we started, when we started, etc. So I was a part of the original contingent of students that launched the Student Tenant Union in September of 2024, and prep began during the spring of my freshman year in 2024. The foundations of the Student Tenant Union stem not only from recognizing UVM's shortcomings in ensuring that their students have safe, comfortable, habitable, and equitable housing, but also from observations of the effects that UVM as an institution has on the greater Burlington area and the state of Vermont as a whole. The university fuels the Burlington housing crisis. The university has the gross habit of over-enrolling and over-admitting students. The university cannot house all of these students in an equitable, safe, habitable, and comfortable manner, as can be seen by the testimonials we have presented over the past few weeks. The university's habit of over-enrollment heavily inflates the Burlington housing market. And we, as the Student Tenant Union, understand the connection between UVM housing and Burlington housing. You talk to long-term residents of Burlington and hear stories of the progression of the housing crisis, how college students have replaced families in the city, and the university engulfs Burlington. Overadmittance leads directly to the housing conditions that we both view at the university and in this city. This is why we started the UVM Student Tenant Union, and we look forward to working with the council to ensure that UVM is held accountable for their impacts on the city and the housing conditions they expose students to. This fight does not stop with the passing of a resolution. This is about so much more than safety and habitability in dorms. This is about addressing the systemic problems that UVM has upheld in Burlington. This is about the habits of universities across the nation to neglect students as true tenants.
Thank you. Sorry. I appreciate that. I didn't mention that one of our other rules is that we don't do applause or any sort of feedback one way or another. We don't do applause, we don't do boos. Silent commentary one way or another would be totally welcome here. So thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Rodkey, who will be followed by Iraz Kalijan.
Howdy, my name is Ben Robke. I'm with the Student Tenant Union. As you know, I've been here the past few weeks as well. We wanted to read you some more testimonial. This time you should have all gotten an email with it. This testimonial was collected over the course of one day, in specific about 3 hours, by about 2 or 3 people, including myself, in the Dudley H. Davis Center on campus. We went around, we asked folks, hey, have you had messed up stories about living in dorms? And here's a small sampling of the about 100 responses we got. Christie Hall. I lived in a forced triple in Christie last year. The room was the size of a double and extremely packed for 3 people. There was no possibility for getting 3 beds on the floor. I lived in a forced quad freshman year that was a converted common room. It was super hot like a greenhouse and didn't have basic amenities like plugs or proper ventilation. The drain backed up in the only handicap stall, shower, in the building, and they just didn't fix it. Davis Hall. Lived in WDW on Redstone both years. Insane silverfish infestation both years. Ate through my friend's clothes. Bathroom constantly flooded, leaving a trail of water all over the hallway carpet. Richardson Hall. My shower leaked through the floor the entire year, even after people were called to repair it. It ended up permanently damaging the floor beneath our room, and the ceiling was always leaking. The bathroom consistently leaks from poor seals under the toilet. Res Life is unresponsive, and the molding is quite literally black. Simpson Hall. Black mold on the ceiling of Simpson bathrooms and dorms. Black water flooding out of the toilets and sinks. Millis Hall. Millis ceiling caved into the shower, likely due to water damage. Thankfully, no one was in the shower. It has since not been fixed. I have really bad mold allergies, which are flaring up due to the black mold in the showers and in the room. Freshman year, my dorm got so cold, I would see my breath every morning in the winter. I feel so trapped in my forced triple. I have hardly anywhere to keep my personal things and often dread going back to my dorm at night. I'll end there and Iraz will continue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Iraz Kalijan, who will be followed by Baxter Pierce. I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. Please correct me if I got it wrong.
Hi, my name is Iraz Kalijan. I'm also with the Student Tenant Union. I'm going to continue. Living and learning. My L&L suite flooded up to the shower drain, not clean water. It was gross. I did not enjoy the experience. Wright Hall. Our floors had problems with maintenance not fixing clogged sinks and broken toilets, and it affects quality of living. Dryer maintenance requests have been ignored. Clothes don't dry. Mold in showers. Living and learning. Had a problem with black mold continuously growing. Marsh Hall. This happened 2024 to 2025. In MAT last year, on the 3rd floor of Marsh, they had a leak of mystery fluid coming from the janitor's closet. They fixed it with a fan that blew the sewage smelling water through the hallway for weeks. Also, there was sewage raining from the ceiling in front of the front desk. They left it dripping into buckets for an extended period of time. UVM maintenance constantly ignores maintenance tickets and has provided no help in emergencies with our bathroom, so we currently cannot use it. Coolidge Hall. On top of the building's very old age, experienced flooding on the 2nd floor, which was not dealt with until the next morning. Wastewater dripped down hallway walls and carpets were never clean, and mold. Davis Hall. I was in a forced triple freshman year in Davis where my lofted bed made it so the sprinkler was less than a foot above my chest as I slept. I couldn't sit up in bed. Only after insisting and showing pictures did they remove the room as a triple. Converse Hall. A part of the roof fell on me, and we had to boil water for a week after a bacteria leakage. Macaulay Hall. Mold in vents. Forced triple in Macaulay. Mold in showers. Never cleaned, even after maintenance requests. Macaulay Hall. Black mold in communal showers. Reedy Hall. 2 separate incidents of ground floor flooding and plumbing issues leading to flooding in suite bathroom. As you've heard, we've come 3 separate city council meetings. We've had new testimonials every time. There is a continuing problem, and we'd like it addressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Baxter Pierce, who will be followed by Evan Bray.
Hi, my name is Baxter Pierce. I'm also with the Student Tenant Union. I will not be sharing any of the recorded testimonials, but I will be sharing my own testimonial. In the winter and spring of my freshman year, I lived in a forced triple that was part of a suite in the University Heights South building, Tower 1 specifically. We had an issue with our shower drainage system. Essentially, anytime we would take a shower, I think this was beginning maybe about 2 months in to the start of the school year, the water would leak into the hallway where everybody was walking around, and it would pool up, creating a mildew, damp puddle that everybody had to avoid. My roommates and I at the time called in maintenance to get it addressed, and surprisingly, they came in within a matter of 2 days. I was very pleased to hear this and to see this, but their way about going about the fix was to do some like sort of mold casting in the pipe that resulted in my roommates and I not being able to shower for 36 hours. Once those 36 hours were up, we were really disappointed to see that the issue was in fact not resolved and the puddle was still occurring in the hallway. We submitted more maintenance requests. They came back into the same thing. This time it was successful for only about 2 weeks until the puddle kept on coming into the hallway, into everybody's space, and we essentially got no help after that. I think that's all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evan Bray, who will be followed by Kelsey Adams.
Excuse me. Oh, thank you very much. So sorry, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Evan Bray, and I am a student at the University of Vermont. I've been here for 2 years, about 2.5 years actually. I lived here over the summer. I've lived in 2 separate dorms, MAT and Millis Hall. I'm going to just go over a couple of my stories right now. First thing you should know about me, I am very allergic to mold and I'm very allergic to dust. Throughout my time at UVM, I've had chronic sinus infections pretty much every year, 3 times a year. I think last year I had 4, the previous year I only had 2. So we're doing good first year. But other than that, it was a bunch of money on medical bills, a bunch of money that I could have spent elsewhere. I've spent a bunch of money on allergists. I thought it was sleep apnea. I was fighting that for like a whole month. It was money going to a million different specialists when the problem could have been solved if there was just simply some manner of like dealing with it in between years, or just like any sort of accountability at all in relation to this stuff. MAT also specifically, shower, just one of them broken, didn't work. That was frustrating. It was filled with water. You couldn't use it at all, and the water at one point got brown and stayed brown for the rest of like the time I was in MAT. Next year I'm in Millis Hall, and I'm a quad, which is with 4 people in one room. There was a shower at the very end, like there's men's bathroom, there's a shower, and it goes in. There's like slowly the tiles are falling off, and I'm like, okay. Tiles are falling off, whatever, they're gonna start dealing with it. Everything we're reporting like 6 or 7 times. Like we're reporting as much as we can to the school, obviously getting no response. It gets to winter break. We're like, this is gonna get dealt with. It's fine, it's winter break. Get back, the hole's bigger. It's gaping, it is insane. It's like insane. It's like, it is absolutely shocking, and it was never dealt with. I have not witnessed it. It could have been fixed by now, but I did not witness it in my time at UVM. Additionally, I am disabled, elephant in the room right now. Accessibility at UVM is a nightmare. If there ever dorms miss anything, if the elevators stop working, there's no accountability. They just don't get fixed until like somebody gets really angry and yells at you guys about it. There should be some system other than that. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kelsey Adams, who will be followed by Floyd Campbell.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Adams. I'm also a UVM student and a member of the Student Tenant Union. I spent the spring semester of last school year compiling incidents, malfunctions, and problems in UVM dorms, sourcing both descriptions and evidence directly from my fellow students. The complaints that filled several hundred lines of my spreadsheet, the final total still a drastic undercount, were corroborated by my own experience living in Harris Hall. When I first moved in last year, my roommate warned me right away that our door wouldn't close. Within a few hours, that was no longer our problem, because now we couldn't get it to open. We both tried forcing it. We tried getting our RA to fix it. We simply could not get that door to budge. My roommate and I spent half an hour locked in our room before we could finally get maintenance, who had been previously addressing a similar problem in a neighboring dorm, to come drill our lock out of our door and let us out. My roommate and I usually tell this as a funny story these days. about our first day living together. Great way to start it off. But I think it also stands as a snapshot of one of the countless health and safety concerns that my fellow students have voiced, and which have gone largely unaddressed by UVM. Had our lock, which we were told failed after decades of use and the anticipated deterioration from that, if that had failed at a different time, say during an emergency situation, my roommate and I could have been in very real life or death danger. I have no reason to believe that UVM will take steps to prevent similar incidents in the future without some sort of outside intervention, such as the resolution being discussed in subject 6.4. That's all for that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Floyd Campbell, and then our last Burlington resident here at City Hall will be Charlie Messing.
Hello, counselors. So I'm gonna wrap together some areas and actions students have voiced for both you guys and admin to be aware of on what needs to be done. So the first area is going to be short-term maintenance. This is like dirty bathrooms, broken amenities, overall cleanliness, and fixing things. Second area is long-term damage. This is mold, infestations, decaying infrastructure, like ensuring everything's overall up to date and high-quality conditions. Third area is student-centered housing policy. So as you know, the over-admitting and the forced triples, unethical housing quality tiers by pricing, among other policies. So those are the main three sort of issue areas that I've seen. Regarding like action steps on handling these things and what needs to be done, I'm going to start out with like maintenance request transparency and accessibility for having a accessible list of all maintenance requests on what has been submitted, students being able to see that, updates being carried out and ran back through with students to make sure that this is like accountable and these things are being done. Second thing is going to be public dialogue between admin and students for them, like hosting forums for students to come in, really speaking and like updating students on what changes are being made, how they can continue to improve things and everything along that. And then last thing is going to be both counselor and admin walkthroughs by students of the UVM Tenants Union. This would be really helpful for you guys to see on like a human level the conditions that a lot of students are living in and seeing these things really for yourselves on what is happening and what needs to be done. So besides enforcing the city code, those are three big action areas, and overall I want to stress transparency and communication from UVM admin that's really needed alongside involvement from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As mentioned, our last Burlington resident here in City Hall is Charlie Messing. We'll then turn online where we have three speakers, Sharon Busher, Pike Porter, and Corinne Sita. Charlie, we'll start with you.
Hello, Charlie Messing. I live 2 blocks from here. After hearing about UVM, I have nothing to complain about BHA. But anyway, I'm from Brooklyn. I am as old as Trump. Yes. It's very important that we reinstate the number 11 bus going from the waterfront up College to the hospital and then out to the airport. And it must take 10 minutes extra to go to Tilley Drive because there's hardly any other way to get there. And they're putting half the hospital out there. And so the medical center should be accessible to the unfortunate and to the old. I believe that if you can get old, you are fortunate. So I think we should make sure and have public input on Memorial Auditorium when it actually comes up, Gateway Block. The grass growing over the sidewalks, I don't think this should ever have to hit a computer. I think the residents should trim their vegetables, and if not, the city should trim them, and it shouldn't be a big deal. The bulletin boards, which were public bulletin boards, are now merely higher ground. and they have ads in the paper. So I think that it should be covered with regular posters from regular people who cannot afford ads in the paper. Beep.
Thank you. We will now turn online. Our first speaker will be Sharon Busher, to be followed by Pike Porter. And if we could please promote Sharon. Sharon, you should be able to go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much, President Travers. Three things. First is real quick. On your consent, there's a report from Chittenden Solid Waste District. It's a great report, and they do a great job. And I just want to acknowledge that. So that's number one. Number two is I do support the resolution that is on the agenda regarding UVM housing. I am disappointed in the tone of the responses from UVM to the city. This should be something that we collaborate to improve. It should not be a finger pointing exercise. It should be working together to address safety issues, and a process that is broken needs to be improved. I could say a lot more, but I'm going to leave it there. The last thing I wanted to talk about was your work session on CARES and the end of that program. I don't know how many people still, 600 people were supported. How many people are still getting services from them? And I also feel that Howard is stretched thin. I've heard that they're better staffed now, but I'm concerned about the people that are currently getting services from CARES staff and the fact that they may fall through the cracks. I'm also disappointed that the city at least didn't acknowledge that they tried to negotiate the transfer of the personnel from CARES to HowardCenter if the individuals wanted this. I'm for continuity, and I think that we don't see that continuity in the individuals that are in the CARES program going to Howard. I understand some are served by both, but I am really concerned about the people and the process. So thank you very much.
Will be Pike Porter. If we could please promote Pike. Pike, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. I had a couple of quick questions and one suggestion. The Burlington Electric Insurance Company, in its letter, suggests that BED do an appraisal of McNeil. And I am asking the city council to ensure that happens. An appraisal, as the letter states, could help save ratepayers money. I think it's kind of incumbent on you as fiduciaries for the city to ensure that if it can save money, BED would save money. So please ensure that that appraisal happens. I'd also like to get an answer to the question why BED is seeking insurance for McNeil for over $200 million when the city has the building or the property appraised for about $23 million, or 10% of the potential insured value. Seems to me that either Burlington ratepayers are overpaying for insurance, or Burlington residents are not really seeing the alternate tax payment in lieu of tax that they should be seeing for the McNeil property. So hopefully that could get addressed in any conversations you have tonight. And then finally, I sent you all an email earlier about the trespass ordinance with respect to vehicles. And I made a suggestion that you cut out the language of another and know that the person does not have the authority and just exchange that without the consent of. We shouldn't criminalize what people know. Thank you.
Is Corinne Sita? If we could please promote Corinne. Corinne, you should be able to go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm outside. Okay, great. Oh, I didn't even want to speak today, but then I saw the news talking about how Burlington high school students are celebrating Ruby Bridges. And I was like, why are they celebrating Ruby Bridges when there's Black women in Vermont who already experience modern day, like myself, what Ruby has been going through, okay? And I'm here to talk about the fact that they are once again lying to the public, trying to claim that the only racism that exists in Vermont comes from Republicans. That's why they hate for me to really speak, because not only am I going to tell the truth, because, you know, God is with me, and why not? Why not tell the truth? But the other thing, too, is like, they're trying to lie to these people once again. And this mayor, again, builds off ignorance. When I talk about, I don't say she's devilish. I say she builds off your ignorance about the tax code. Excuse me?
Sorry, I'm going to pause the timer. There's a point of
Why?
order.
Why? I can't even say her name.
Ms. Sita, please.
I can't even say her name.
Yeah, I'm going to pause the timer. If you could please just give me a moment here.
Because they know the truth. They know it's the truth. Once again, they're trying to hide the ignorance.
Can we please mute Ms. Sita? Ms. Sita, we
Once
will turn
again,
back to you
see
in a
what
moment.
I'm saying?
Please. Okay. Thank you. There's a point of order on the floor. The timer is paused. Please. Was it Councilor Broderick who made the point of order? Councilor Newbeezer?
I just wanted to make sure that the public comment was in accordance with the
There's been people who have said worse. Okay, I'm
beginning of public comment.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. I will remind speakers of our rule against individualized attacks. I do not find that the point of order is in order, though. Speakers are permitted to be critical of the mayor. They're permitted to be critical of councilors, as long as they don't engage in any individualized attacks about any person's individual characteristics. So, with that reminder, Ms. Sita, we can promote her to speak again. And I will begin the timer.
Now I'm mad, because once again, they're trying to lie and change the perception of the truth. And that's why these people are very dangerous. It's not just her. She can't fight alone. She can't fight me alone. That's why she has a whole team against her. I'm talking, if you knew the racism in the courts, Ruby Bridges, I'm the Ruby Bridges of Vermont right now in these courts. So why don't you have kids celebrate that? But you have people like your black leaders, so-called, in Vermont, but they get paid to keep you in ignorance. I have been asked Paul Franken-Collins, that fancy law firm, how much they paid me to keep my mouth quiet. And I said, no, I don't want your blood money. And that's why I'm telling you one more time, there are some severe ignorance. They want you ignorance. They want your child ignorance. They want your taxes ignorant. And I refuse to let Burlingtonians live in ignorance, honey. And I paid the price for that. So once again, they've interrupted me every single time. They even tried to falsely imprison me every single time, because I paid the price. I'm walking, and I will continue to pay the price, because how dare you do this to Vermonters? And let me tell you what she's done to black Vermonters, trying to ruin the perception of how black women are seen in Vermont. You will pay for your sins. From the judges, from all your evil people, you will pay for your sin. The devil hates you. He's not going to stick up for you. You will pay. How about
Okay. We will go ahead and close public forum now at 7:03 p.m. Thank you for everyone who participated. I appreciate the patience of our guests, Chief Burke, Chief Curtin, CIO, Barker, if you wanted to come back to the table. I know that we still have guests from the HowardCenter on as well. If we wanted to promote them again as panelists, I believe we have Beth Holden. I do see someone under Tammy as well. I'm assuming that's Tammy Buddha from the Street Outreach team. So if we wanted to promote Tammy as well, that would be great. Again, to our guests here, very much appreciate, Mayor, you're inviting the team to be here this evening on this important topic, and thank you for your patience. We do have public forum, always warned for a time certain, and have to pause for that at that point in time. I did have Councillor Litwin up next in the queue, to be followed by Councillors Bergman and Singh. Can I get a sense of how many other councillors want to speak on this item? All right. I think after that, we'll try to go to Councillor Grant and then Councillor McKnight, and then hopefully try to wrap at that point in time. So, Councillor Litwin, we'll turn to you.
Yeah, and I'll try to be, thank you, I'll try to be brief, given that we have an item dedicated to this, and a lot of my questions, I think, are for the HowardCenter more. It's a little hard to transition from public comment sometimes back to this, but here we go. So, Chief Burke, one question I have for you that would be helpful is, you talked about being over budget, where I think we're roughly 100,000 over budget so far in the CARES program. Did I hear you correctly?
20,000.
20,000, okay, that's a big difference. That being said, how do we end up over budget on
this program, particularly with the vacancy that exists on the CARES team already?
My understanding, it's largely attributed to rising personnel costs, benefit levels, that kind of thing. But again, I looked at a high-level overview of the program today. I don't have a lot of granular detail.
Okay, so it's not like overtime and sort of that sort of thing. Okay. And then in addition, there was, back in 2023 when this was discussed, which I was not on the council at the time, there was initial concern about the HowardCenter using the funds only for Burlington. Do you have that concern now that was had in 2023?
I don't have.
So that if we were paying for this program to be housed in the HowardCenter out of Burlington tax dollars, would this only be serving Burlington, or would this be kind of wrapped into other programs that is serving larger communities or communities beyond our borders?
So I think that question's better answered by Howard in terms of how they allot different resources. I'll just tell you from a practical standpoint, when we need a clinical level response, we all use First Call in Chittenden County, and they definitely have brought on additional resources in that regard, and we've found it to be effective.
That's great, thank you. And I can return back to HowardCenter on the 5-point whatever item we're having it on. I do worry about kind of some of the concerns that Councilor Carpenter brought up. I share around process transparency, collaboration, and best practices. So while I respect that the authority is there by the administration, when I don't see it as a best practice to loop us in at the last minute, and I certainly don't see it as a collaborative practice. So one of my concerns is this is such a, and actually former Councilor Busher talked about this, about continuity. This is sort of a nascent program because we're just coming up on, I think, 2 years of barely having it running. And I haven't seen anything around its kind of key performance indicators. How are we getting those 57 individuals into a better position than where they started? And I also would love to know if there's some overlap around the situation table.
So certainly, I'm not going to be able to answer your question about the process.
Yeah, I don't expect you to.
From a practical standpoint, as I said earlier, we're constantly learning about gaps in this service environment. We see it at the situation table. We're definitely seeing it as part of the special docket. And I would like to just remind folks that Howard has really done a lot more in this space in terms of street outreach, allowing us to use their employees directly for incident response, which has been helpful. As I just mentioned, additional responsiveness and action from First Call has been greatly appreciated and very effective. And in terms of incident response, the absence of CARES won't help us in the day-to-day calls that we're responding to now. Where there may be a gap is through case management. Folks, when they stay connected to services, we know that we typically will see them fewer times in our data sets, but there's a lot of services doing similar work. There's also, a client preference here that we don't talk about. Folks have autonomy in who they want to work with and who they don't want to work with, or whether or not they want to work with service providers whatsoever. And that's the population that I have greater concern with, those that are treatment resistant.
Okay, thanks.
And I'm going to add as well to Chief Burke's comments just on the process, since you raised that again, Councilor Litwin. I want to emphasize that the community safety issues of Burlington are a dynamic and ever-evolving issue. And so we have brought each piece of the puzzle as we have been able to ready to present to the council. That includes various data points from the situation table, the launch and design of that, and the recommendation again from Ingrid Jonas that we pursue that back in
I'm going to have to reclaim my time. Thank you, though. You've already stated.
Councilor Litwin.
The time is mine. The time is mine. Thank you. To reclaim.
Councilor, President Travers, I would simply request, we requested this work session, and I would just ask for courtesy from councilors when.
Please pause my time.
I heard you, Councilor Litwin.
Sorry, I don't want to engage in back and forth. I understand, Councilor Litwin understands that I do, when others are speaking, count it against another councilor's time. I appreciate his not wanting, he knows that he was right up against 5 minutes, Mayor, and so I want to make sure that if Councilor Litwin has a final point, that he has an opportunity to do that. So he
That's
will.
Exactly right.
He
Thank
will.
You.
So, Mayor, please continue. And I just want to confirm for Councilor Litwin that he'll have an opportunity to make a final point there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Travers. That was exactly correct. The last question I had was for the Howard.
I think he was speaking
Sorry,
to me.
Councilor Litwin. I'm going to allow you to
Oh.
make that last point, okay? But I wanted to give the
Oh,
mayor an
thank you.
opportunity to finish her comment. So thank you.
Thank you, President Travers. As I was saying to your question, Councilor, we have brought forward several different elements of the community safety process. It includes servicing these individuals that you care about within the BTV Cares program. So as I mentioned, the situation table, the city circle, which we deeply engaged the council in for an ordinance review process, the accountability court that was stood up during the state process, the negotiations with the governor and his team, our continued work within the fire department and police department, the CRT, which we conveyed throughout the budgeting process around the continuation of that, the continued iterations of Burlington Police Department, which I've already stated, and then of course codifying our partnership with the MOU for HowardCenter, which it did not exist prior. BTV Cares was a very worthwhile effort, but it has been evolving as parts of other aspects have surrounded it that have come online, including Beth briefly mentioned, but the urgent care of the mental health urgent care component that was started a year ago, October, which was a partnership of many different entities within our immediate area, is a major advancement for mental health crisis response, and that is a partnership between 4 or 5 different entities up on the Hill. So while we did not advance this as a recommendation for this small pilot and worthy program, it is not because of an absence of other elements of our community safety system. And I will come back to this during Mayor Update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilor Litwin, if you could just wrap up here briefly. You had 30 seconds when the mayor started speaking, so 30 seconds.
Great, thank you. The last question I had was for the Howard Center, and then I can reserve some of the others for later on. One of the concerns I have is around just accountability to the public. And so then my question would be, what data are we going to have access to be able to ensure that the program is working effectively and that the public funds are making a real difference that isn't going to be shielded by HIPAA law?
Okay. And if I could turn to Beth or our guest from the Howard Center, I know it's probably going to be later in the evening. Are you planning on still being tuned in at that hour? If yes, I would reserve that question for then. If no, I would welcome your speaking to it now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, no, I wasn't planning to be here later.
Okay, understood. That was originally on our consent agenda. It was placed on our deliberative, so I know it's at the back of the line now. What will probably be a late evening. So, Beth, I would welcome your answering that question now, if you have an answer.
Sure. Part of the MOU is very clear outcomes data that's requested from us by the city. We worked with the police department. We worked with Ingrid. We worked with the mayor's office. So there are outcomes data that we will be collecting. The first quarter data is completed and in the mayor's possession and in Chief Burke's possession.
Thank you. So we have Councilor Bergman, Singh, Grant, and McKnight, and then we'll wrap this item. Councilor Bergman, we'll turn to you.
Thank you. I'm going to list questions later. I don't want them answered because I think that we need to have them in writing and they need to be more granular than we have either the time and the capacity to do. But let me just say that the structure around CARES is absolutely essential for this city to deal with the complex public and community safety issues that we've got. And I think actually that has been made abundantly clear to virtually everybody on virtually the entire spectrum of political opinion. That was not the case when we first started this debate. And I was here when we started talking about this and did talk about whether it was appropriate to be in the police or some independent placement. And the problems that we've got really do predate this administration. So these are long-standing things that we've got to work through. But I have heard a need for, and so these are sort of my list of questions that I would like in some sort of a simple memo later on that deals with what the services that CARES offers right now and what
the outreach program that Howard is doing right now, and what those gaps are between them, or the differences, however you want to call it. This is not a new question tonight. And then how we are going to fill those gaps. Something very simple and straightforward that says this is how we're going to do that. And that includes understanding what changes, if any, Howard needs to make in their current operation. So we need to understand that. We have talked, and I've heard just tonight, others talked about the need for a strategic approach to this. And so I want to know who is responsible for developing that strategic approach. How is the council going to be involved? How is our public safety committee going to be involved? How is everybody that should be involved, how are they going to be involved? And then also, who is going to be responsible for monitoring and adjusting when we need to adjust it? And how does the city council get involved in that? And let me just put on the table, I don't think an annual review is sufficient. This is an ongoing issue. So I like annual reviews. I want to be able, at the end of the MOU, if it's for a year term, to be able to say, we got to change things. But let's be clear. If we wait till the end, then I try to use my words so I'm not insulting anybody. We will not be effective. We will not have the time. We will be jammed up in a way that we can't do our job as the oversight body that we are. So we need to have this stuff happen over the course of the next year. And I've been working with Merrick on the UVM thing, so I haven't really paid as much attention. I'm not on the Public Safety Committee, so the MOU, I want to start talking about this, but I'm hoping that we've got enough time in terms of the details, if that's what we're actually looking at, to frame this up, to be able to do this right, and me be able to have the time and to be able to process all of that. So I just want to put that out for going forward, and I appreciate everybody's work. This is hard stuff. You got a nation which is walking away from the most vulnerable, is waging war on the most vulnerable, and we got to do our darn best to turn that, to do it better, to do it right here. And so thank you for everybody who is engaged in that fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Turn to Councillor Singh, and then Grant.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you all for being here late into the evening. Appreciate your service to the city. I want to go back to, my first public safety meeting was back in April of 2025, and I was lucky enough to meet Chief Burke at that meeting, and you were looking into the CSL and CSO roles at the time. And you did say something, and it still strikes me. It says, I don't think our system is effectively serving those on the street, those that are, especially those that are service resistant. So, my understanding from City on Public Safety, a lot of the CARES team were helping with those that were not necessarily in Howard centers or other social services in their kind of, their caseload, and that CARES was doing that. Do we feel like we're going to be able to, is that gap going to still exist with how we're transitioning to street outreach doing these things?
So I think, given the operational direction that we gave to street outreach as first responders, as well as our community support liaisons, that we're going to have a better data set to inform that question, a few months from now. But I will say that none of this policy framework was in place. So I think this has been a critical first step in getting the right incident responders, because they can, street outreach can refer someone into a HowardCenter program or another program, as well as street outreach, and they typically refer back into the Howard enterprise. So I feel as though that we are getting the resource to the people that are in need. What I question is, when we look at everything that the police department is charged in doing, long-term case management does not strike me as something that we do do a super good job at. That's not to impugn the work of the employees that were doing it. But again, once the CARES program was launched and it never came to fruition in the way it was initially modeled, they definitely adapted, absent policy guidance, into this case management role. And I don't necessarily see that this is work that we should be doing, because it is very consistent with the work that the Howard Center is charged in doing.
So, and I appreciate that answer, but so do you anticipate as part of CAPE that CSL roles will decrease now into the future?
No, not at all. In fact, I look forward to looking at that program in new ways. So this was really cracking the shell on the egg with having them respond to 2 specific incident types depending on danger acuity, and then the street outreach workers responding to the other 2 identified incident types that I talk about all the time. And I'm confident that we're going to not only find success in that response protocol, but potentially, again, all depending on danger acuity, identify new avenues for them to work with the public.
I appreciate that, Chief. And along those lines, and I'm probably going to take up too much time, you know, at one of our public safety meetings too, you had said the CSO role was going to change and you were beta testing. Is this part about what type of incidents? Is this an offshoot of that process that you're changing these roles and are having this move out of the?
No, so the community service officers, they have been with BPD since about 2011. And we actually have a memorandum of understanding with the Police Officers Union on which incident types they respond to. And again, that's kind of service work that you don't need a police officer to do, but is not generally social service related.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would just have one last comment, and it's not a question directed to anybody. You know, we did talk in public safety. I think it's over 63% of the time of CARES and CSLs was done with proactive work. It was about 5,000, I think it was 2,000 hours of proactive work that CARES, but again, this is not disaggregated when we were presented with the data. That's CSL/CARES. So I can't speak to how much of that 2,000 hours is going to Howard Center, but I would raise concerns that that's a lot of hours and it's direct interfacing with those in need in our community. That's a lot of hours, and I don't know how much is actually duplicative with what Street Outreach is doing right now, but I would like to flag that for the public because I think that's an important conversation moving forward. As Street Outreach and Howard Center takes on more, I do understand in the MOU it does say there's going to be a proactive role for Howard, but I think that bears examination moving forward. So thank you. I appreciate, again, your time and efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. We'll go to Councillor Grant and then try to wrap with Councillor McKnight.
Thank you. Appreciate some of the comments from my fellow councillors. The data that Councillor Singh was speaking of occurred at the August, I believe it was it 25th? It was the August Public Safety Committee meeting where we had received a presentation from Lacey Smith, the Assistant Director of the CAPE team. I don't have enough time, but I will say that I'm concerned about the lack of transparency of what happened here. I personally found out from someone who was receiving services from the CARES team and was devastated to learn that we were defunding this team. And I was like, what? So we can't find out such changes like that in the future. So we do have to take a look at, what we're doing here. I do see Mr. Barker at the table, so that's Modern Gov, right? So apparently that conversation was going on, and that was certainly never made clear. The Public Safety Committee wasn't previously notified about the MOU. I'm really concerned about that, and also that was another way that council was not included in the process. I am also concerned about the term that it was a duplication of work. I don't believe that. I know that the service resistance or treatment resistance is a term that's being used a lot, but for some individuals, it's finding the right thing that works for them, finding the right process that works for them. And for some individuals, and I completely agree that HowardCenter and the street outreach team and First Call does good work. But for some individuals, it wasn't working there. So we know that the CARES team, even though it wasn't working as originally imagined, was doing something, was out there serving people, and case management was in fact part of the job description for these clinicians, to have wraparound treatment plans to help individuals, especially those that were more complex cases. There are individuals in our community, and people would recognize their names from the number of incidents that they have been involved in, and some of them have been successfully stabilized because they have this extra support. You know, this team is supporting them in a different way that I mean, I have to look forward to the HowardCenter reporting, but will they be able to support in the same way? We originally got this grant from the Department of Mental Health because it was a new initiative. It was a new initiative that was something that was different, because we had the realization in our community that we couldn't do the same things in order to address what was happening in our city. So I definitely would look forward to having data presented to the Public Safety Committee meeting with regards to HowardCenter, and to the previous point that was made, proactive versus reactive. You know, when incidents are called in, that's reactive. Proactive is making sure that people are following these treatment plans. And I know that HowardCenter does some of that, but for these more complicated or harder cases, there was even more of that support. You know, are we going to lose that? I am concerned that there will be gaps that we might not be able to fill, and certain names that we haven't heard from for a while will all of a sudden start to pop up in the news again. I think that's a real understanding. I am concerned, and I'm disappointed that we couldn't get this put in fire. I was someone who supported at the time that it should go into fire, given the struggles that our police department was having at the time. I'm very thankful for Chief Burke and all the work that he's done to stabilize our department and get it going in the right direction. But at the time, fire had been really nimble in terms of how they were responding, and picking up a lot of slack isn't really the word, but there wasn't the responsiveness at the time at the police level, and putting up the CR team, it was like that. And to lose this grant money after convincing the state to give it to us, and we all know how hard it is right now and in the past to get money from the state, is really deeply disappointing. And I would say thank you for acknowledging that policies weren't in place, because that was another issue with the police department at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We'll turn to Councilor McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers. So to start off, I want to begin by thanking both Chief Curtin and Chief Burke for your expertise on this, and also current work that has gone into supporting the CARES program. Overall, I think that the recommendation that you've laid out does make sense. And also to Councilor Bergman's point, I'm really grateful to be sitting at a table with a group of leaders that all understand how important it is to have innovative, real-time, evidence-based solutions to mental health care crisis and to mental health care and crisis response. So we're lucky to be working together side by side in that piece. But I do also want to echo my colleague's request for more details. I think, Councilor Newbeezer, your thought on a side-by-side comparison would be a really nice thing to get. in terms of what CARES provided versus what the Howard Center will provide in the future, and then Councillor Singh's point on kind of like a breakdown of those hours. You know, I don't have a good sense of how that hourly volume will change. And I think that information is really important to get on a granular level, especially in light of a lot of the serious concern that many of us here have heard from experts out in the public. And so also, you know, to the point of authority, I get that, you know, the administration has the authority to end this program, and I'm not disputing that. I don't think anyone is. But at the same time, authority is not a substitute for planning, especially when some of our most vulnerable residents and public safety is involved. And really, if we zoom out from this particular topic, for me, there's some context here that is important for the public to kind of wrap their heads around as well. We've recently also seen cuts to the Parks Department staffing and some senior programming there, and many of us felt in those situations that there was also a lack of a clear transition plan. And now we're here with CARES, and I anticipate there will also be other cuts to a variety of different departments in the city in the future due to the budget situation that we're in. And this is just a troubling pattern of cutting essential programs without the clarity on who will absorb the work, what will cease to exist, and what will the impact be on our residents. I think that creates a real risk for, you know, people who are in perhaps a life and death situation, all the way to people who are maybe enjoying something more recreational in the Parks Department. It also creates kind of a cycle of potentially more harder work for emergency responders who, if there is kind of a ball that gets dropped in that process, you all are the first ones who have to show up first and pick it up. And also, of course, for the public at large. So for all those reasons, I would also like to echo Councillor Bergman's request for a formal memo from the mayor's office that is really a detailed transition plan that includes that service comparison, a client transition plan, and kind of tracking ability of their status, because as others have mentioned, these 57 people, some of them are already connected to the Howard Center and many of them are not. So how are we going to connect those dots? And alternatively, I would also be open to having Public Safety Committee take this up and, to Councillor Grant's point, you know, do a more structured type of review of the transition. I think we really owe this to the community, and I'm open to the administration's input on what the best forum for that next step and the conversation might be.
Thank you very much, Councilor McKnight. We've gone over the time we allotted for this work session, but a very important issue, and appreciate Councilor's comments and questions on it. Mayor, do you or do any of our other guests here have any further comments on this item before we close?
Okay, I think we're done with this mayor-provided work session, which is the spirit for which we bring this information so the council can have information as we do our analysis and make our assessments from our team, and then make the recommendations forward of how to best steward limited city funds.
Okay, I will just note, because of something that was raised earlier, and as this is a work session, I'll just give a brief comment here in my role as council president. I always appreciate the opinion of our city attorney's office, and I do completely agree that the mayor's administration has the authority to make personnel decisions, hiring and firing decisions, and if grant money runs out and there's no more money to fund a position, that could certainly be a reason to have to unfortunately terminate someone's employment. To the extent that opinion, though, is saying that the mayor's office has the unilateral authority to end a program and to eliminate positions in that program, I respectfully disagree. From my perspective, these are unfilled positions that still exist until the council takes action to endorse a newly reorganized department. Whether that happens sooner than the budget cycle or whether that happens during the budget cycle, and my expectation will be that at some point in time we're provided a plan and a new org chart that shows these positions no longer there. And I really do disagree that without that council action that these positions in this department can simply cease to exist. So I wanted to note that for the record, given the opinion that was stated earlier. With that, I appreciate your time this evening, and we will, in a moment, thank you very much, We will in a moment turn to the next work session on legislative priorities, but we did warn 2 other meetings this evening. One is a local control commission and one is a local cannabis control commission for 7 and 7:15 p.m. This will just take a few minutes, but in case there's anyone here in attendance for those meetings, we will briefly recess the city council meeting at 7:35 p.m. and call to order our local control commission. And Councilor Broderick, as chair of our license committee, could I ask you for a motion on our local control commission agenda?
I move to amend, then adopt the agenda as follows. Add Little Istanbul, Burlington, second-class license renewal to consent agenda item 2.2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Singh. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are any opposed? That's unanimous. We'll now turn to the consent agenda. Commissioner Broderick?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as amended and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Is there any discussion on that motion? We'll go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. And Commissioner Broderick, we have one deliberative item.
I would move to approve the 2025-2026 first and second class liquor license applications for Alimentari, 196 St. Paul Street with the following conditions. All city permits need to be closed out, contingent upon fire marshal approval, and with all standard conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second to that?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Any discussion on this item? We will go to a vote then. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Seeing no other business before the Local Control Commission, we will adjourn that meeting at 7:36 p.m. and now call to order our Local Cannabis Control Commission at that same time. Commissioner Broderick, could I ask you for a motion on our agenda?
I would move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Singh. Yes, Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
All in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. We only have a consent agenda item here, and Commissioner Broderick, I'll turn to you again.
I would move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Any discussion on this item? All in favor, then please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. Seeing no other business before the Local Cannabis Control Commission, we will adjourn that meeting at 7:37 p.m. and now resume our regular city council meeting. The next item is another work session. It's the 2026 legislative priorities discussion. As a work session, there's no action item here. I appreciate, Mayor, you're bringing forward a draft of the 2026 legislative priorities and would welcome your presentation on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the second work session we want to offer is related to the upcoming legislative session. As folks will probably know, it is the second year of the biennium. Vermont has a 2-year system with our legislature. And so last year we presented a legislative list of priorities to the council about this time last year and asked the council to specifically endorse the top 5 so we could speak with a unified voice on the things that were the most important to the city at the time. That process was intended to be basically a guiding document for the entirety of the biennium, but we thought it would be prudent to bring back an assessment on what we've been able to accomplish and also what is the work still left to do. And to the surprise of probably no one around this table, there's a lot of work still left to do, and what we wanted to do is come back and provide a pared down focus document and seek your consult, but also to ask for your support at your next council meeting. So I'm going to just briefly walk you through the document and point out what is the same and what is slightly different or new or more focused, I would really emphasize, so you can follow along. Our top list is actually top 3 items, and that is largely because we want to make sure we are hyper-focused on the continued need to address Chittenden County's housing emergency with different, with a more focused approach to what does sheltering and wraparound services really mean, and to articulate this in such a way, this language here reflects consultation with our critical partners here in and around Burlington who provide actual sheltering work. As you've heard me speak many times before, the city itself is not a social service provider. And what we're really trying to do here is to innovate and continue to articulate specificity to the city as the motel program has continued to wind down, I should say, and be underutilized. Only about 50% of the motel program currently is even being utilized right now in the state, which is concerning when Burlington continues to have approximately 250 to 300 unhoused individuals in our streets and in public lands. So you'll see more specific language here, and I just want to call out in particular to make sure that we have 24/7 sheltering. Right now, most of our sheltering traditionally has been only overnight, so the real need to go beyond what we've been able to do in our community, especially during a time when our Community Resource Center, which is on North Winooski, has been under renovation for over a year now and has had prolonged construction issues, so won't be open again. That was one of the only daytime locations for people who are unhoused and needing additional space. The second piece I want to call out is the need to make sure that we have embedded services there and that it is a place for which people can receive the supports they need to stabilize and be able to be connected to services. The second item is virtually the same, related to additional state funding for critical water infrastructure investments. Again, thank you to the voters here in Burlington who really supported and generously focused on the needs of our local needs for expanding, well, I shouldn't say expanding, updating and expanding our capacity for our wastewater treatment plant and our water system to be able to be modernized, especially to meet the housing needs that we need here and to continue to develop the city and our climate commitments. But we would very much benefit from this not only being on the shoulders of local taxpayers. So encouragement to the state to understand taking on this large of a task would be great to get a little bit more relief from just straight up having to bond this completely as the city of Burlington. The third item is an expansive list, but I want to really be clear about what this list is on our city charters. We have currently 5 pending charter changes at the legislature, which thankfully are not time sensitive, meaning they can be reintroduced year after year or biennium after biennium if they are not passed by the legislature and given to the governor. And then approved by the governor. But our oldest charter change request dates back to 2021, well, technically 2014 if you look at our gun charter. And there is a chronic issue around Burlington not getting its fair hearing, frankly, in the legislative process at this point. And what the recommendation here, to be clear to the council, is to call for that fair hearing, to be able to get a vote within the legislative process on all of the items that voters, local voice matters, that voters have approved. And we did in this memo just remind you on the date of passage and the percentage of the majority of voters voting in that election on each one of these items. There is a 6th item on here in anticipation of an item you have on your agenda today or tonight, related to our Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Office and enshrining that in our charter, which we'll come back to later today. I would hope that both the council and then the voters would approve such a charter change, especially in these times, but again, we'll come back to that. So you'll see the grouping of those 6 items here. That is what we're asking for your sort of vote on at the next meeting for your awareness. And then into the second part of the document, these are additional items that we're monitoring that are of interest to the administration. Much of this is the same, although we did pare things down to be more clear. I want to call out the fact that on page 3, it talks about exploring flexible options for Burlington's TIF district. And the TIF financing model, there was an element of this already passed in the biennium called CHIP, which is essentially what folks used to call special project TIFs back in my day. But there has been some advancement there on that particular tax financing policy. Another piece that there's a couple pieces that have been modified. I want to emphasize that we are living in more difficult times where things are less possible around climate policy, and you'll see a modification under climate where we made the list a bit shorter, and there is the new piece under that section is around extending energy efficiency, the Energy Efficiency Modernization Act, and that is directly in response to the pulling away from the federal government on efficiency funding and how important it is to speak to our legislature on the need to extend our ability to provide that on a state and local level to backfill, frankly, what the federal government has abandoned at this point. That is going to be essentially my cover for you for this document. I'm happy to answer any questions, but most importantly, what we would invite are reflections on just things to edit, things to add, things that may have been in last year's legislative priorities. This is our opportunity to collaborate on this document. This was a process we started to improve upon at least what I experienced with the cities and legislative delegations work when I was a legislator, and really making this a collaborative effort as I did last year and we're continuing to do this year.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know this work session is one opportunity to do that, but I also know that there will be time in the days and weeks to come to work with you and your administration on the document. But I'll turn to other councilors to see if in this evening's work session anyone wants to be heard on this item or has any questions. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I met with some of our state representatives this weekend and just kind of putting forth some ideas about what we can do to help get through some of these charter changes that have already been voted on by the people of Burlington. So I would like those on the council to consider, it is something that I'm going to do, is to start to reach out to not just our Chittenden delegation, although I think we should make sure that they're all unified, but to actually reach out to the representatives from other part of the state that, quite frankly, don't always recognize Burlington as part of the state of Vermont, and speak in a very dismissive and sometimes disparaging way about Burlington and the issues that we are facing, even though these same issues are occurring throughout the state. So I think opening up a dialogue with individuals that would vote no, individuals that are in different parties that we're in, would be better than doing nothing in order to get these through. And I think also reminding them that the people of Burlington did vote for this, and just trying to see if we can find some empathy over the fact that what if they had charter changes that were being voted down, trying to get them to look at that perspective. I also encourage people in the city of Burlington to do the same. And I also encourage people of Burlington to reach out to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Broderick?
President Travers, can I just respond very briefly to that?
Please go ahead, Mayor.
Councilor Grant, I appreciate that comment, and as folks may know, I serve on the Vermont League of City and Towns Board. The Mayor of Burlington traditionally does, and it is a topic I hope to bring up to that particular board, because a local control issue and local charter changes for towns or cities is something routinely done by many other municipalities in our state. And to be able to engage in a thoughtful question around local control and when is that something that gets advanced versus not. And Burlington continues to be often barriers are put up around when Burlington voices its local control, its local voice in charter changes, unlike often patterns of other communities. And I'd be curious to see what other town leaders, which are often town managers, but again, an engagement of almost a question on democracy and how well is our process really working on a statewide level when things can cut both ways based on people's personal opinions, and then the local voice and the local democracy suffers as such. So I plan to bring that up on the VLCT board level soon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Broderick?
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank and completely endorse the inclusion of the item creating rental protections by passing the just cause eviction charter change and giving all cities and towns the authority to implement rent stabilization. I think that is just, in terms of what we currently don't have the power to do with protecting tenants, that is simply huge. So I'm really happy to see that there, and hope that our delegation and our lobbyists push for those very hard. And to that end, I agree with Councilor Grant's comments on us doing everything we can to be more communicative with state level officials. And I'm going to add on to that our fellow municipal officials in other towns and cities across Vermont. I had the pleasure of being able to speak to Kane Sweeney, who is a select board member in Waterbury, Vermont, who is doing incredible work in his town on the issue of housing and tenants' rights. And it has got me thinking that if we
not just as Chittenden County, but even as Vermont, as big as Vermont, but as small as the greater Burlington area, if we are organizing not just in the public, but amongst ourselves as elected officials, that only serves to strengthen our voice when we must put pressure not just on the governor, but every level of our state government. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Newbeezer?
Excuse me. Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mayor. Echo a lot of what other folks have said. One point I did want to bring up that I thought about recently was I would love to, we have both Leader of the Senate and Speaker of the House here in Burlington and represent a significant portion of our city. And at some point, I think I would request, and I'll go do legwork after this meeting because I don't know that they would be watching a city council meeting at this hour, but would love for them to come speak with us, talk about these legislative priorities at a future date, and hear about some of the dynamics in the State House, hear their views on where these charter changes are in particular, because it is really frustrating to me that sometimes these don't even come up for a vote. And so I want to get that perspective, and I think there's sort of a real leverage point there that the two folks running the two legislative bodies at the statewide level represent our city. And oftentimes I don't see the results of that coming to fruition. So would love to have that conversation with them and loop them into further future conversations, rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Barlow?
And thank you for the memo. I'm just curious more about process. How the administration would like us to engage on this? Would you like us to send written comments or make suggestions? And so that's one question. And then the other question I have is, what form will the advocacy take this year? These are our priorities, and will we have a lobbyist like we did last year? Will we have the same lobbyist, the same level of lobbying, or will there be other ways to advance our priorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. So I believe my chief of staff has sent this out, and so please respond to her for written feedback if you want to get into specific wording or a detailed kind of piece, or just generally just to give us some direction ahead of the December 1st meeting. Now, there are special deadlines given that next week is Thanksgiving. So if you could be mindful of that this week, getting input, that would be helpful for us for posting purposes. But we would hope that December 1st would be a vote of the top three specifically, largely so we can get to work with our legislative delegation, which has been brought up before. We are holding, as we traditionally do, a legislative delegation meeting, breakfast with Winooski as well, because that's been the past practice, and inviting all of you as well to go over the priorities. So I think that's before the meeting on the 15th. So again, why the 1st would be ideal for a vote, so we can bring this final document forward. We are engaging the same lobbying team for this session. We'll reassess at the end of this biennium for relationships and lack of not wanting to create confusion in the building. And they've been an effective team so far. That is our plan for this upcoming session. And we did hear feedback, and we have also given feedback just around more regularity and reports from this new lobbying team. They had not worked with the city before, so we've been clear around that communication. And we also are trying to figure out with our delegation more regular points of contact. We started initially with every other week meetings with our delegation. I personally went down, and it didn't seem to work, so we're working with our legislative delegation on better timing. That was something that a couple of councilors took advantage of throughout the session. I know timing's always hard, so we're going to get more creative on how we engage the delegation throughout the session, because that's part of the advocacy strategy. I'll tell you, as a former legislator, it's much more effective when the delegation has some clear champions on elements of our strategy, and I know we can strengthen that for this next coming session with, again, the help of our lobbying team. I've mentioned VLCT. I think there's some other elements we can be strategic in partnering with other organizations, and as I've talked with other councilors, Councilor McKnight, in particular on the gun charter change, for example, some of these issues would greatly benefit for more other organizations. I mean, the city itself is an advocacy organization, and yet we have multiple things we're trying to advocate for. So being ever thoughtful and open for ideas around other partners we could bring to the table to add to our voice, so it's not just the city of Burlington, but other interested parties for things that Burlington might be the lead in or advancing unlike another municipality, but are really in the larger interests of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Schachter, and then McKnight.
Thank you, President Travers, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing this draft forward for our discussion tonight. I have just a couple comments and thoughts that I will continue to reach out about and flesh out as we approach the December 1st meeting. One is that I know CHIP is a tremendous opportunity for us that came out of the state legislature recently to help us build more housing. And I don't know if that lives in this document or if it's a local conversation, but I'd love to make sure that we're continuing to look at ways to leverage CHIP and the opportunities that that presents to us to really be laser focused on building more housing, which I know is a top priority and something we desperately need. And in that same vein, I'm of the understanding in a very vague way that there will be potentially some legislation around potential housing financing tools to help insulate us against a potential economic downturn, which is could be on the horizon. So I think as we're fleshing these out, I want to make sure that we're doing what we can to be focused on how do we build more homes and create opportunities for that. So if there are things happening in this next session that relate to our ability to sort of insulate ourselves from market forces that may make it harder to build, I'd love to see us kind of think about how to incorporate that if we decide that that's relevant. And then the other one I want to call out here that's under community safety is the license plate reader technology. That comes up a lot in conversations I have with constituents, both for safety reasons, obvious safety reasons, and also revenue generation reasons. And so I think that's a really important one for us to flag. And I think it's something that I hear really broad interest in from many folks I speak with. So I wanted to kind of elevate that one specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. On that one, I heard on the VLCT board, there's an interest across the state on that, because many other communities don't even have a police agency, let alone not enough people to enforce traffic. And it is actually, in this day and age, a very bias-free element that we could even invoke for enforcement on some of our traffic violations, speeding, safety, all of those things, which are not just a Burlington issue, clearly, when other communities in Vermont are also bringing that up. So noted on that. Just very briefly to your other 2 points, I'm not sure what you're referencing yet. I think you probably heard it somewhere, but what I will tell you, even on the local level, we're trying to really innovate around other capital stack options that we have as a municipality to be able to activate not only traditional ways we've structured public-private partnerships on how we can build housing, but even new innovative ways we're learning from around the country and elsewhere. So you'll be hearing more from our CEDO departments soon on those aspects, including inviting in some investments that have not been here before through labor unions and other things, which are exciting to me as a mayor who's really trying to figure out a people-first housing agenda. The second thing I just want to mention on CHIP, I cannot remember what CHIP stands for, so forgive me, but that's the project-based TIF concept that was passed by the legislature, and VEPC, which is the arm of the state, is still developing the rules for CHIP, and we are very ready. CEDO and planning have been coming up with what our local criteria will be as a community so that we're ready when that becomes online. Those are expected back in January, and we've been tracking that closely.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. We will now turn to Councilor McKnight and then Litwin.
Great. Thank you, President Travers. Councilor Schachter, you stole my thunder on the license plate reading technology. And thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great list, and I thought it was really effective last time when we all voted on this unanimously, and I expect that we will get to that point again. But if there is one potential addition, which I'll share more information via email with your team about, it's that license reader technology to help with,
just traffic safety all around the state. And I'm so glad to hear that other cities are interested in pursuing that. And I think, Councilor Broderick, you made this point. This is our opportunity to kind of look at the challenges that are facing all of us here in the city of Burlington and identify those areas where we kind of bang our heads against the wall and say, oh my gosh, we're hearing from constituents about an issue. I don't have the power to change this. And so those are the kind of things that need to get on this list and go down to the State House. And I think this is a good start on the list. And then, things like gun control are also really important to have strong state level leadership on. And I just wanted to give a PSA, something is very has been interesting and kind of shocking to me personally. And Mayor Mulvaney Stanek, you reminded me of this when you said we need to look for kind of other partners to bring in on some of these topics. Since joining the council, I've been really engaged in gun violence prevention and meeting with the folks from Gun Sense Vermont and Moms Demand Action. And I can tell you, and please fact check me on this if I am wrong, but I think there are only 2 people in the entire city of Burlington, maybe 3, if Mayor, I can add you to that list. But I am one of them, and there is one other resident that I have met that is actively working and attending meetings and doing organization to improve our gun safety laws. One other person. We need people to get involved in these conversations beyond just the council. And I really invite everyone in the city to step up if there's an issue on this list that you're passionate about. Everybody has their topics that they care about. So please reach out and help us do this advocacy, because we can't all be in 2 places at once. It's hard to get down to Montpelier and meet with our representatives. And it's going to take a lot of voices talking really loudly to get this agenda done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Litwin is the last councilor I have in the queue. Okay, we'll go to Councilor Carpenter. Any other councilors that want to be recognized on this item? All right, so we'll go to Litwin and then Carpenter and then wrap up.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I do plan on submitting my thoughts in writing, but honestly, this list is pretty on point and similar with what I was thinking last year, and I was really happy with the list last year. I do want to reiterate that I actually continue to think that support to try and offset the impact of our water bond is important, and Lake Champlain is a community asset that goes way beyond Burlington. We are not dumping phosphates into the lake to the degree that other communities are via the Winooski River, the Lamoille River, and what have you. So we're bonded to the hilt, and so I think that's an important point to point out, that it may not seem glamorous, but any money that we can get back there is helpful. And then lastly, I just want to put, I guess, a pin in this conversation around the license plate readers. I'm just very concerned about pursuing that during the Trump administration and the use of it, any data by ICE in our fusion center. With ICE's investment in Vermont growing, I would want real legal commitments and an understanding that ICE would not have the ability to access the license plate reader data if we were to pursue that. So personally, I would love to have that on the Beltline, for example, in my area. It's an incredibly dangerous road, and other places, but I'm not willing to put undocumented folks, or just folks who hold different identities at risk to be able to do that under this current federal administration and in this environment. So I would want the city attorney's office and other legal opinions on this matter. I don't trust this environment right now, and I'm not willing to put that at risk for folks who are speeding.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then try to wrap this item.
This is just a minor comment on the license plate thing, and there was a community conversation with Senator Gulick and House Representative Abby Duke this weekend, and Senator Gulick actually introduced a bill and it was defeated in the Senate side. So Representative Duke said, well, maybe we really need to do it on the House side, and she seemed very interested in doing that.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Anything further from you, Mayor, on this item? Okay. Well, we will end this item then, and you are the next item up, Mayor, on General City Affairs.
Thank you very much, President Travers. So last council meeting, we provided a very robust update, and there's a memo posted and was emailed out to all councilors for folks at home. There's a lot of information in that memo that my team helped to create. So I'm going to be a little bit more succinct tonight. I want to mention that there's 2 surveys now up, and hopefully my team can put up one of them related to the Overdose Prevention Center. So much like what we did last time with the police chief survey, this is going to be out in my mayor meetups and other places to provide folks an opportunity as the community to provide input on the Overdose Prevention Center, the placement, the concepts on what we're trying to advance as a city as we bring on this public health component of our response. There'll be QR codes. It's been translated into many different languages. It's currently available on the mayor web page, on the city web page itself, but it's also posted under this particular agenda item. And was that not long enough filibustering? Maybe not. Okay, maybe they'll post it up on the big screen in a minute, then people can take images of that. The other one, I want to remind folks that the chief of police survey is open and will be open until early December. I can't remember the date. I think it's December 5th, because we wanted to leave enough time for folks with the holiday to provide input on that particular survey. That is to help inform our hiring firm on the kind of candidate that we're looking for to be the leader of our next of our police department. So I really encourage people to take time to fill out both. There's the QR code up right now for the Overdose Prevention Center Community Survey. There's a lot more information on the city's dedicated OPC webpage, including a lot of FAQs that have come up throughout this process under Teresa Vezina's leadership. And also our partnership with VCJR, Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform, which is our selected partner to be the ones who will actually provide the services when we get to the final stages of this work. I want to also mention an administrative component. We did this last fall as well. I've been diligently working with Sam Powers in my office for the last 2 months, 2+ months, with each of our departments and department heads to establish goals for this fiscal year. And so last year, if you were on council, remember we presented a summary of what all those goals were. So you had that transparency from my administration around what the stated objectives are for the guideposts are for each department. This year, we've added metrics and objectives to be really clear of how we can measure success of advancing each of our now 14 departments' goals that help advance the overall bigger priorities of community safety, ample affordable housing, and climate. So we'll bring that to the December 1st meeting. We didn't quite get it ready in time for today, and we welcome your questions on that. I will note that you will not see parks there because our incoming director, Phil Lewis, starts next week, and so that is on my top of my list to develop with him those goals. So again, you know what each of the departments are working on this year. Under community events, just for a feel-good moment, I just want to review a few good things that have happened and events that have happened with our many community organizations and events that have happened since your last meeting. In no particular order, the Vermont Professionals of Color held their State of the Network event. It's an annual event for which this great organization that's been in existence for about 4 or 5 years now brings together folks who are professionals of color from around the state, lots of folks here in Chittenden County, and really shared a lot of their important work to help support folks getting into working for Vermont employers, helping folks who travel to Vermont to be able to feel like Vermont is their home and it is a place of where they can feel integrated and their families can feel supported, and it's a great network. Many city employees are actually members of VTPOC, and the city itself partners with them when we do postings for jobs to help diversify our outreach and our relationships to make sure that we're doing what we can to have a city workforce that reflects the full diversity of Burlington as a city. Outside City Hall, so you probably can't see it in the dark, but I encourage folks to take a look at one of the latest beautiful pieces of public art that's been added now onto Main Street as part of the Great Street Main Street's work. We have public art going up. The piece is called Anthology, and we christened it or ribbon cut it not too long ago in the last couple of days. It's a BCA project that was a partnership with local artist Lydia Kern, and perhaps you were one of the folks who brought the literal flowers that are part of that beautiful piece now, because it was an all-call crowdsourced project, which has a beautiful story. I encourage you to watch the footage on Town Meeting TV to hear Lydia's story of how she created that, what inspired it, and it's worth a stop to take a look in, and it's delightful to see many people now taking photos at it, especially when the sun's out. It's a wonderful piece that's added to our downtown. It's just that way if you're needing to know where exactly it is, on the edge of City Hall Park. On Veterans Day, we acknowledged and commemorated Veterans Day with VFW Post 782. I really want to do a shout out to our Burlington Fire Department and Police Department. They really showed up this year, as did BCA, providing the sound system, and my office supporting that at the park. It was quite snowy, but we had great turnout, and we were able to shut down the streets around the park. Burlington Fire Department provided several trucks. It was really a good, strong showing from the city to show not only our appreciations to veterans, but their families for the service that so many folks have offered this country and this community. I was up at UVM recently this week, in the last week, and I actually see some folks who I will not call out, who are part of the UVM Political Science Club, where I got to visit and talk about local municipal government, and I was pleased how interested they were on municipal government. I even talked about See-Click-Fix to answer a question. So the future is bright, and I encourage them all to look for internships and opportunities here in the city. And then I went on to Cats Giving, which is another annual event by UVM, for which students create care packages for each other who are food insecure. And they, much like last year, made 100 boxes in a record time to support their colleagues. But I was really astounded to hear that something like a third of UVM students are food insecure. And it just shows how important it is for us to not lose sight of the fact that there's a lot of folks in our community, including our students who are members of our community, facing serious food insecurity issues. And we are needing to really be in it together to find sustained solutions. King Street Youth Center held its annual High Five Award just a couple nights ago, and it was a great event to celebrate their volunteers and outstanding young people who are part of that center, which is such an important part of our community. And they also have a staff award as well, just to acknowledge the work that these folks have done. This center has been part of Burlington for 55 years. I met recently with the owners of several hotels. This was my second meeting with them recently to talk about several policy issues, looking at the trends in their room vacancy rates, as well as their questions on the tax valuation policy that we've proposed for this council to chew on, as well as the ongoing issues with community safety. I will be speaking at their event next week, Destination BTV Summit, which is being sponsored by Hello Burlington, to continue to build those relationships and to come to an understanding of how do we prosper for all while also achieving affordability for the folks who live here in Burlington, which is a really important piece because they are the workforce of this community, and it's important to be able to balance the needs of multiple interests. Tomorrow, I'll hold a student safety panel with Burlington High School students here at City Hall. And I'll also meet with Vermont Interfaith Action on the solutions and ideas they have around our chronic homelessness issue. And then finally, it's leaving on a very high note. I know everyone wonders when tree lighting is, so a quick reminder, because it will happen before your next meeting. The annual tree lighting at the top of Church Street will be on Friday, November 28th at 6 o'clock. All are welcome. It's a great big event, and I'm sure the tree will be beautiful this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That brings us now to our consent agenda. I would welcome a motion to adopt our consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Is there any discussion on that motion? We'll go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. Which brings us now to our deliberative agenda. The first item on our deliberative agenda is item 6.1, an indoor entertainment permit application. And Councilor Broderick, as chair of our license committee, could I turn to you again for a motion on this item?
I would move to approve the 2025-2026 indoor entertainment permit application for Citizen Cider, 180 Flynn Avenue, with all standard conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Grant. Any discussion on this item? All in favor, then please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. That takes us to item 6.2 now, an FY25 annual report from the City of Burlington, Chittenden County, RPC. And on this item, glad to be joined by Charlie Baker and Andy Montrell. And Charlie, it's your presentation here, so I will turn the floor to you when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. Charlie Baker, Executive Director of the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. Thank you so much for time on your agenda tonight.
And I'm Andy Montrell. I'm your representative on the RPC.
Thank you. You got our report in your packet, so I'm not going to read it back to you, but I will just review it real quickly. And a large part of my reason for being here is a customer service call. Happy to take any feedback on how well we've been serving the city last year, and any other conversation and things that you think we should be aware of. The first page of the report gives you background on the RPC, how we leverage local funds to bring in state and federal funds to the county, and then your representatives on our board and committees. Thank you for all those representatives. They're all very active participants. Andy is also on our executive committee. Again, so thank him for that. The next 2 pages detail a pretty lengthy list of projects that we worked with the city on in FY25, including Plan BTV New North End, Main Street scoping, 127 shared use path. I'm not going to read all of these, but waterfront connectivity, sidewalk scoping, safety action plan for walking and biking, barge canal, rail bridge study, impact fee work, brownfields. Happy to take any feedback if there is any on any of those specific things, but I'm okay moving on.
Yeah, I mean, if any counselor has any comments at any point in time, please feel free to raise your hand. Otherwise, I think if you could run through the summary here, and then we can turn to counselors for any feedback or questions.
Perfect. Okay. The next small section on page 4 is projects that you have in our work program this fiscal year. There are 2 of those: the Burlington Transportation Plan with a budget of about $300,000, and then interim solutions for the Battery Street corridor scoping study. I don't know if those have started yet, but those are in our budget and work program this year. The next section details capital projects that are in our transportation improvement program, which the RPC board needs to vote on in order for VTrans to be able to use federal funds. So these are all have some element of federal funds within them. And you probably have, maybe in lots of cases, more details on these projects than I do. So I won't list all those to you. The last 2 or 3 pages are a list of regional activities. We've been spending a lot of time on our regional plan and working to implement the Act 250 reform that got passed a couple years ago with future land use maps. Thank you for your review of that work and the work of your planning commission and staff. And just to touch on a few other things, a lot of work on housing issues, energy issues, transportation of variety, different flavors, walking, biking, transit, clean water work, communications union district, stormwater, brownfields. Let me know, any feedback or things you want to let us know about. Would be appreciated.
All right,
And
thank you.
I've got a few other announcements real quick. Our annual work program application process, the application will come out this Friday. It's due in January. I expect staff will probably come to you for approval of those requests sometime in that January timeframe. We also have a legislative breakfast. I took with great interest the priority list that you're looking at right now is on December 10th. So if you do have things that you think we should push at our level with legislators, happy to do that. And with that, I'm sorry, I'll turn it back to you.
No, we appreciate our ongoing work and collaboration with the RPC, particularly appreciate your willingness to have city councilors participate in items like your scoping studies that you do. With that, though, I will turn it to other councilors to see if anyone wants to get in the queue. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you.
And Carpenter.
So first, I just want to thank you for all the work that you all do with us and for us. I participated on the scoping study for Battery Street. It's really important that we're continuing the follow-on, since that's a gazillion-dollar project that is never going to happen in my lifetime, but maybe we can pull some things together that will make it happen. So the ongoing work on that is really important. I appreciate the work that you're doing on transportation demand management
And we had this conversation when I was sitting on the other side of the table looking over at you at a previous plan. It's absolutely essential. And anybody who's driving around this county is in that gridlock. And if we think it's bad now, and there are a lot of us who do think it's bad now, you wait till the Winooski Bridge starts getting constructed. So we need to be able to have a really robust, non-car-centric transportation system. And I just want to say that when I look at your section on Green Mountain Transit, and we heard Charlie talk about the 11 and the need to get the service closer to the hospital, those cuts are untenable. And they're exactly the opposite way that we need to go, right? And so we need much more serious work as regional political bodies, as entities. And you are the closest thing to a weaver of municipalities in Chittenden County to try to get us together to make that happen, because this bus system right now, and I really like Clayton, and I think he's done a good job. I think Chapin is a good rep, but it's just inadequate. So we got to do better, and the focus the status quo is failing us, and we need to start from that point and then move on. The last is a question I've got. I looked at the housing on the regional, that section, I think it's on page 4, and I guess it's on page 6, and it talks about the target. It says that we have a target of building 25% affordable housing, and in 2023, 720 homes were built, but only 125 were affordable. By my calculation, that's only 17%, 17.36%, and my question is, why did we fail to make that target?
Simply money. I mean, those are subsidized units. The state has been putting, I think, quite a bit the last few years. I don't think that percentage is going to get better, but I think you could probably ask the affordable housing builders more about that to get more detail, but it's primarily that.
Okay, so my ending follow-up is the mayor mentioned comments about ideas from other localities around the country. This is a national, it's actually an international, the Irish presidency in part was won by a socialist who advocated around affordable housing needs. And this is all around the world. We need to come up with a whole new way. Like I was just saying, the status quo is broken, and we need our planners who care deeply about housing our people to help us come up with the ideas and help us then frame them in a way which makes them absolutely reasonable and doable, and then we get a chance to push away the roadblocks. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Oh,
yeah. If I could just add to that, Councillor, the housing issues has been one of the top issues that we've been dealing with on the RPC as well as on the Burlington Planning Commission. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's nowhere close to what it needs to be, but it is one of the major issues that we've been focused on, and we'll continue to do that. And the ideas, the things that you're talking about are really important. So any ideas that you may have or any other councillors may have on how to champion some of that when the money, as Charlie said, is so tight, and a lot of this is left to the developers. What we've been trying to do is, like on the Burlington Planning Commission, on the Regional Planning Commission, is help make it possible for all of this to happen. But there needs to be the funding, there needs to be other things to actually have it happen. We're laying the foundation so it can, but there's so much more that needs to be done. So thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks, and thanks, Councilor Bergman, for leading in to some of my questions, which is, I don't see, you do fantastic work. You do a lot of work on housing planning and land use planning. I don't see any goals or any discussion of specifically housing for the unhoused. What's happening in the other communities? What's the inventory? What are other communities planning to build? What's the county strategy for the unhoused? Not Burlington's strategy, the county strategy. And I really think CCRPC, as Councilor Bergman points out, is one of the few regional groups we have. I know the mayor is talking with colleagues around the county, but we still need a county strategy. And I just would encourage you to take that on and take it on quick, because we need it very quickly. Separate from that, but you're right, why aren't we building more affordable housing? It's resources at the end of the day, in my opinion. Again, you're an organization that deals a lot with land, and I think pushing the county and all its jurisdictions to identify free land and free resources, including the state's resources. I mean, you've got tons of maps. You know, where are opportunities for us that we've missed? And everyone's very guarded about those, but I think we've got to really open that up and say, because we're not going to build quicker, faster on the affordable side without resources. And cash is hard to get. Land may be easier to get, especially if we can combine it with things like CHIP. So thank you for your leadership on that.
Sorry. There is, I would say on the land piece, I think that has been one of the first actions that most of the towns have been taking to look at what land they have available, that then maybe they can work with Champlain Housing Trust to get a project on or something. So that is, and I will look more closely. Our regional plan is in draft right now. It's under review by the Land Use Review Board. And I'm not familiar with all the details on the housing and unhoused section, so I will get more familiar with that so I can better answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? All right, well, with gratitude to the RPC again, and thank you, Andy, for your representation on the RPC. We will look forward to our ongoing work together. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Our next item is item 6.3, a resolution for our upcoming town meeting day and the annual city meeting, a proposed charter change regarding the establishment of the Office of Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. This is an item that has been reviewed both by our REIB committee, chaired by Councilor Grant, as well as our charter change committee, chaired by Councilor McKnight. And Director Perkins, I see you online as well. Very much appreciate your being here this evening. As the resolution comes directly from the Charter Change Committee, Councilor McKnight, as chair of that committee, I would turn to you to introduce the item.
Thank you, President Travers. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Grant. Councilor McKnight, we'll turn to you.
Great. I'll keep it brief because we've talked about this a lot, but I'm really excited to be here tonight at this important milestone in our city's history, really, and to bring this charter change to the voters in March and hopefully see it through to completion. I want to express gratitude to my colleagues, particularly Councilor Grant and Bergman and Singh, who we've worked through multiple sessions in the REIB committee, as well as interim director Barry and our new director, Dr. Perkins, for shepherding this important work and also soliciting the essential input of the community. And I also thank Councilor Litwin and Councilor Bergman again for their work on the Charter Change Committee, and Attorney Brown, as well as your team's input on this topic to make sure that we got this across the finish line and did it right. I'll close by saying what I've said before, which is that when the REIB is thriving and their important work can have the space to thrive and to move forward, we all are better for it. every single person in Burlington benefits from this important work, no matter what identity you hold. And it is essential that we keep moving it forward. I will leave it at that and look forward to supporting this with all of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Before turning to other councilors, Dr. Perkins, certainly no obligation to speak on the item, but as you're here, wanted to provide you the opportunity if you'd like to speak on it. Otherwise, appreciate your being here, perhaps to respond to any questions or comments folks have.
Absolutely, I will definitely take my time to speak on this. I think I'm very excited about this opportunity, really to enshrine the work of DEI, the work of racial equity in the Burlington Charter. I think this is an opportunity for us as a city to really be accountable fully, right, to creating a Burlington where we all can thrive and not just survive, right? Where we all can have access, right, to the just wealth, right, of resources in the city, and really to be a place where anybody can make it. And I am very excited to be at a point where we're saying and able to make a commitment as a city that we're going to do this regardless of who the president of the United States is, regardless of who the mayor of our town is, regardless of who our city councilors are, that centering the folks among us who have been the most historically marginalized and thinking about that in our considerations of changes and updates and expansiveness, right, about how we see and envision Burlington and its future, I think is really important. I'm just so thankful to be here and to be able to see this through to the finish line. And so I hope that we accept this as not just, kind of performative, but really as a call to accountability for all of us to ensure that we are thinking about and considering those who are most impacted by our decisions every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Perkins. Are there any councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? Mayor, do you want to go first, or I'm happy to go to councilors first?
Do you mind, I'll just be 2 minutes, just
Sure,
to build
we'll
off
turn to
of
you, Mayor, and then we'll turn to councilors.
Director Perkins' comments, because I think what Director Perkins and I both have the privilege of doing is to steward forward to this point with the council's, of course, leadership as well, a promise and an intention that was made 5+ years ago and probably even longer before the formality of the RIB office began. And this is not only an important stewardship moment, but it's even more important in these particular political times, as Dr. Perkins mentioned, for the city to take an actual commitment, not performative, as she said, but to underline the importance of this work and to institutionalize it within the city of Burlington. It's an important moment to make sure that we are illustrating that not only for the young people who live in this community, for which are some of the most diverse in recent memory in terms of who lives here and who calls Burlington its home, but also as we continue to see the continued tax on immigrant and refugee parts of our community, as well as all the more expansive work for which this work calls us to do around accessibility for folks who live with different abilities of their bodies, for folks who hold other marginalized identities. This is a great moment for the city to really, again, create permanency within our city structure to really expand upon the important work that's been and the groundwork that's been laid these first 5 years. And once we get through this part of the process, Dr. Perkins and her team, and I want to appreciate Interim Director Barry, of course, as well, for she and I started this work early on in an engagement with Councilor Grant and Councilor McKnight in this work. But I want to just say that we are ready to do the educational component on the other side of this vote to voters, so they completely can completely grasp the importance of this, and then stewardship of this and education and from an education viewpoint around why we need this in the charter and what does that actually mean. So we're ready, if you're ready, to put this forward to voters in March.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Perkins, and thank you so much for to Mayor Mulvaney Stanek for those words. We cannot take for granted that voters will vote for this. We can't. It has been my experience doing some of this work and also doing work dealing with oversight and accountability that we regretfully have individuals in our community who feel threatened by this work. And I think this is symptomatic to what is happening in our country nationally. And it is something that we have to keep in mind. And I hope that we will all go forward to advocate for people in our communities to vote for this and to be willing to have really hard conversations, quite frankly. I think sometimes we do not take concerns of individuals in our community seriously when they talk about behaviors that they're being subjected to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. And I agree with Councilor Milo. We don't want to take this for granted. And I want to ask the Charter Change Committee, hopefully you can pass the language quick. And I don't know the protocol of how this happens, but I'd love us to give this charter change a number quick, like 1, 2, or 3, so that we can talk more in layman's terms. You know, we want you to vote for charter change number 1 because, and I just, maybe that's a marketing thing, but the sooner we can get it out the door as opposed to the other charter changes we're going to have, and will be important too. I think this one will be important to label and give a number and get it marketed.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Yep, Mayor?
I'm going to offer just a quick clarification, and the city attorney can back me up here. Just to clarify, the city cannot advocate a position on a ballot question. So each of you individually as counselors, I strongly encourage you to make your opinion known because that is the beauty of democracy, but the city itself needs to stay in the education zone in terms of what we do.
I didn't quite mean it that way. I meant us as individual counselors, if we can get the language out and sort of give it a number, then we can begin our advocacy with our other allies in the community. So I did understand that.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I will just also clarify that by passing the proposed motion, you can clarify for me, this for me as well, Councilor McKnight, that we are approving the proposed amendment here being placed on our town meeting day ballot. So this will begin the process by which we will hold public hearings in January. We'll also have the opportunity to draft as a council short form language to be placed on the ballot. But passing this resolution will start that process. Councilor Schachter.
Thank you, President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to echo a lot of what's been said, that I think this is an important moment for our city and for the council to be considering this and moving this forward. Echo words of gratitude to Interim Director Barry and to Director Perkins, gave you 2 titles there, for their leadership in this department. And I also just wanted to say that I wanted to express gratitude, Dr. Perkins, that I know that the Aging Council's work has also been kind of in motion. A report was brought forward from the council, sent to CD&R committee back in May. CD&R has been taking it up, and we've been searching hard for a home for it in the city, and I'm thrilled that you see a home for it in REIB as well. So, you know, I just want to speak to, I think, the really way that this office is and really can be for a really diverse group of people in our city, including our senior community. And so we'll be sort of moving some of that work forward in the REIB department as well, which I'm thrilled about. So I just wanted to express some words of gratitude there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Is there any other councilor that wishes to speak on this item? Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. Yes, very quick. I second what has previously been said. This is a no-brainer for me, a very much needed
next step here. And so thank you, Director Perkins, and I believe that your words are very powerful when you speak to this item, especially in regards to, as with many of the things that we do, all of the things that we do on this council, the work doesn't stop after we cast a vote on something, or even after the residents cast a vote on something. There is the accountability portion, especially on the issue of dealing with racial injustice in our city, that we must all hold ourselves accountable to ensuring that this work is actually done, and certainly enshrining REIB in our charter is a big step for that, but there will always be more work for us to do, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. I do not have any other councilors in the queue. We will go to a vote then. All in favor of this item, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thanks again to our charter change and REIB committees, as well as to you, Director Perkins, and the mayor for your work on this item, and we'll look forward to moving this forward towards town meeting day. The next item now is item 6.4, resolution regarding the adequacy of the exemption for university or college dormitories from the minimum housing code requirement for periodic inspections to the city's minimum housing standards. Just to clarify sort of an order here as to how we'll proceed that I've talked to Councilor Broderick about. Councilor Broderick is the main sponsor of this resolution. I'll turn the floor to you to introduce the item. We did receive a request from our friends at UVM to be able to present on this item, which I've granted, so they'll have a few minutes to come here and to present on this item. In fairness, we've heard quite a bit from the Student Tenants Union, and so we've offered a similar opportunity to the Student Tenants Union to present to this council again. We're also joined by Director Bill Ward, so Director Ward will have an opportunity to briefly speak on this item. After that, we will turn to the council for any feedback or questions that you have on this item. With that, Councilor Broderick, happy to turn the floor to you.
Thank you, President Travers. Do you want me to make my motion now or at the end of my comments?
You may as well do it now, and then I'm happy to give you the floor.
Sure. I would move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. Would like the floor back after a second.
Second. It's seconded by Councilor Bergman. Noting Councilor Litwin wanted to second, but Councilor Bergman, we'll give it to you. Yes. Yes. So Councilor Broderick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we have heard it ourselves over the past month, whether it's mold, pests, defective heating systems, or issues of health and safety not being addressed in a timely manner, students have come to the city requesting that we ensure that dormitory housing is habitable and safe for students, that the dorms are being properly inspected and those inspections are certified by the city, that dorms are being inspected to a housing code that is equal to or greater than our minimum housing standards, and that if we must revisit our ordinances, we must clarify what we expect from our institutions or strengthen our standards, whatever is required, that we do so, and do so by engaging all parties involved. My research and the testimony that you have heard over the past month has revealed a decade-spanning systemic failure by both our institutions and by the city in ensuring that these goals are achieved. A failure in ensuring on-campus students are treated fairly and have simple and easy access to the ability to stand up for their rights as Burlington tenants. Let's be clear. Under our ordinances, our minimum housing standards apply to dormitories, and in place of regular city inspections, our institutions must, 1, conduct their own regular and comprehensive inspection programs, and 2, annually certify with the Department of Permitting and Inspections compliance with our minimum standards. I have found that the latter, the certifications, have not been happening as far back as I have been able to trace. And UVM, under a previous administration, when reached out to, provided a response that was both inadequate and can be interpreted as challenging our authority to protect our student residents from unsafe housing conditions. So when you combine that with all the testimony we have heard, we, as this city's stewards of health and safety for all who live in it, must work out what went wrong, how we fix it, and do it. That is what this resolution is for, and here is what it calls for. First, this resolution requests that both UVM and Champlain College provide certain details encompassing their housing stock, their inspection system, and their complaint system. Second, we request a quantification of substantiated findings of applicable housing code violations from the beginning of the academic year 2023-24 to the passage of this resolution. We request that we receive both of these items within 3 months of the effective date of this resolution. Third, we task our Department of Permitting and Inspections to create a template for universities and colleges to ensure that our ordinances are being followed in the future, as they are, such as the article on annual certifications, quite bare in terms of detail. Fourth, and most importantly, this resolution tasks our Ordinance Committee with evaluating whether Burlington's existing ordinances and regulations, as they are written and currently enforced, are working to ensure the goals I previously spoke about, or if amendments are required to either clarify, flesh out, or strengthen said ordinances and regulations, that it is done so. To assist in this, these will involve conversations in ordinance, including all stakeholders, that being the city, our institutions, and our students. Oh, I'm only at 3 minutes, I will conclude by saying that this resolution is not about antagonizing our institutions. It is about accountability on their side and the city's, about working together to ensure a better future for our on-campus students, ensuring safe and habitable housing, ensuring complaints are being addressed as soon as is possible, and ensuring that students have the same access to education on what their rights are as Burlington tenants, and ensuring that that access and those rights are equal to all Burlington tenants. I am both optimistic and confident that with the responsiveness from Champlain College and the new administration at UVM to this, we can come together and get to work on this urgent matter, and that we will find solutions. And I wanted to thank all of the people who have worked with me, not only on this resolution in the past month, not only all the research and the communications over the past year that I've been working on this issue, and most importantly, thanking the students, because without the organizing and the testimonials and the pressure that we put on not only our government but our institutions, change in a way that helps all people is simply impossible. So I especially want to thank the students, and especially the Student Tenant Union, for all the work that you've done before I got involved, and all the work that we've accomplished together, and the work that we will accomplish in the future. And then I just talked about this, but I also wanted to thank all the counselors who worked with me on this, the 6 co-sponsors, and most especially Counselor Bergman, who has supported me ever since I started researching this topic and helping me write the resolution and negotiate with me. So thank you, Counselor Bergman. I am over time. Thank you.
Right at time, Councilor Broderick, so thank you very much. I did forget to mention earlier that we also have a representative here from Champlain College, so we will hear from our UVM representatives now, and then we'll briefly hear from someone from Champlain College, and then the Student Tenants Union. So I would welcome any representatives here from UVM to please come to the table now. If you could please, once you're ready, introduce yourselves. If you have any sort of presentation, would be happy to promote you to share it. Otherwise, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Erica Calero. I'm UVM's Vice Provost for Student Affairs, and I'm here this evening with Amanda Clayton, Executive Director of Facilities Management. We are grateful to have the opportunity to talk with you about the maintenance of residence halls at the University of Vermont. And I'll start by giving you a high-level overview of what we do. We maintain over 3,000 rooms across 42 residence halls. We maintain a safe and comfortable environment so that we can offer a supportive and engaging campus experience. We conduct comprehensive annual inspections of each room with daily inspections of common spaces. We encourage students to report needs and problems, and they learn about how to do this via webinars and email reminders. We also ensure that their families and supporters receive this information.
So we strive to maintain a high bar for meeting student needs. When we receive maintenance or service requests, we identify issues that need to be handled as a priority, such as no heat, no power, or active leaks, broken windows. Students are advised to report these priority items directly to their front desk staff or to a resident advisor on duty. Over the past year, we have processed more than 2,000 maintenance work orders in response to student requests specific to on-campus housing. Of these, 94% have been successfully completed on time. And generally, when we cannot complete something on time, it's due to the availability of supplies and materials. So for instance, if a window is broken and it's a custom window or on a historic building, that can take some time to address.
We regularly engage with different student groups to receive feedback on our processes, communications, and the broader residential experience. And we know that the work we do requires continuous attention. And to that end, examples of recent conversations, the last 6 months or so, include those held with our RA Advisory Board, focus groups, and the Student Tenant Union, many of whom are in attendance this evening, and I join Councilor Broderick in thanking our students for their presence. Last year, we had several productive conversations, and I'm happy to share more about those. And I have invited them this fall to continue to meet, and that offer obviously still stands. Another thing we do annually is survey students on their residential experience, including facilities, and our satisfaction rate is increasing. It's above the national average satisfaction rate for institutions in our Carnegie class, our institution type. And in fact, we even perform close to the top of our peer and aspirant institutions. I do want to take a moment to speak about triples. There are students who affirmatively request triples because they are less expensive and they want to live with more than one friend. Our smallest triple room is about 22% larger than local minimum standards, and we do have sufficient numbers of rooms to house students in triples who choose them. Again, many of the rooms do exceed minimum standard sizes. And in closing, a few words about our commitment to continuous improvement. First, we are always striving to improve our students' experiences at UVM, as well as to engage with students in dialogue and in listening about their experiences. We are continuing to work to raise awareness about how to request maintenance, whether students call, click, or visit in person a front desk or an RA or another staff member so that we can address needs as quickly as possible. And we will continue working to find new ways to communicate with students about the status and the resolution of their requests. We are committed to providing the best possible campus experience for all our students. I believe that the university is its students, and our work to support them is ongoing. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate your reaching out and wanting to speak at this evening's meeting. Thank you for being here. We did also receive outreach from representatives from Champlain College and would welcome them to come up now too, and appreciate your hanging around too if you can. So thank you. Thanks. If you could please just introduce yourself, and then happy to turn the floor to you.
Sure. Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm Nick Anderson. I'm the AVP of Planning and Operations at Champlain College, and I'm here representing the college. Champlain, I've got a brief statement just to read, but I'm going to keep it brief because it's late. So Champlain files an annual self-certification with the city as required and maintains a pretty rigorous inspection program across all of our 26 buildings. Those inspections include housing and residential life, conducting room-by-room assessments twice annually, fire marshal inspections during winter break, monthly elevator maintenance, and annual fire system inspections, mechanical system inspections, and comprehensive custodial cleaning daily and between occupants. We take our responsibility to provide safe, well-maintained housing
seriously and believe that current self-certification that we do does work well when institutions comply with it. We're committed to continuing those established practices and meeting our obligations under the existing framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. As mentioned, we would now welcome a representative or representatives from the Student Tenants Union.
Hi, I'm Ethan Kiefner. I'm a member of the Student Tenant Union. First, I wanted to address some of the things that were said in the UVM segment from UVM's representatives. Firstly, one issue with maintenance that we've heard in many testimonies is that things will be marked as completed when they are not satisfactorily completed. Baxter, for example, came up to public forum today and talked about how issues with flooding kept arising after maintenance had been marked as completed. Another issue with UVM maintenance is the plan on service itself to report these issues is incredibly difficult to go through. I personally have researched and gone through this service myself and noticed that it is difficult to go through the website from going through the website actually on your own is difficult to manage. And in getting from the website to a report being officially made is not an easy task. Many students open it up, don't figure out how to do it, and then quit and decide, well, maybe I can live with mold for a couple more days. Another thing is about these triples. Students do sometimes want to live in a triple, but students do not want to live in a forced triple, which is a room that was built for 2 people to live in that has been converted into a room for 3 people to live in. These do not have enough space to house students accurately, and while it is true that many students do want to live in a triple, they don't want to live in a forced triple. I hope that has cleared some things up. Next, I want to share my personal investment in this cause. I'm a 3rd-year student at the University of Vermont. I lived on athletic campus for 2 years in dorms. I've seen and experienced the unlivable dorm conditions. Every one of my friends has a dorm living horror story. As you can see, there are a number of people here supporting the Student Tenant Union. Could you raise your hand if you're a current or recent UVM student? Please raise your hand if you've experienced mold in your dorms. Raise your hand if you've experienced bugs, pests, bats, freezing or burning temperatures, leaks and floods. Raise your hand if you've lived in a forced triple at UVM. I think that speaks for itself. I have felt frustrated and helpless in my home away from home and wondered why my living is not treated with dignity and care. I am passionate about UVM housing because I believe that students deserve to live safely, cleanly, and comfortably on our campus. For education and community to be fostered, we need to be able to flourish. No one should have to worry whether or not the gray spots in their shower are giving them mold sickness, or when their maintenance request will finally be answered and appropriately fixed. Through the Student Tenant Union, I want to make tangible changes in my housing, my friends' housing, and the housing of UVM students for years to come. So why bring the issue of student housing to the city? The Student Tenant Union has met with UVM administration in 6 meetings to discuss our concern over the way UVM's dorms have been maintained. In these meetings, we have approached the university from a collaborative stance. University of Vermont administrators have voiced a similar interest, but we have been repeatedly told that the university is unwilling to meet our demands, including consistently meeting and maintaining Burlington's minimum housing standards. We hoped to jumpstart a cooperative relationship with the new administration by scheduling a meeting with Dr. Trump, but this request fell through. Because of this, we feel a strong mutual relationship between the City of Burlington, the University of Vermont, and the students as residents of Burlington is necessary to develop the best solution. For years, the University of Vermont has been allowed to make its own inspections and resolve its maintenance to its own standards. As shown by the countless testimonies we have gathered and shared, this is not sufficient. Students are residents of Vermont, just like everyone else, and we deserve the right to clean, safe, comfortable living as well.
With this resolution, deep overlooked issues with student housing will no longer be able to fester unchecked. UVM dorms would be given the same attention and protection all other Burlington units are provided. The Student Tenant Union urges the City of Burlington to aid us in this goal and show us that the Burlington community is a place where the university, city government, and students can work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo some of the comments made by others here. Respect for you and your peers' advocacy, so thank you for being here. We will now be joined by the Director of our Department of Permitting and Inspections, Bill Ward. Director Ward, my understanding is that you may have some brief comments here and then would open the floor to other councilors. Councilor Bergman, I have you in the queue first.
Thank you, President Travers. For folks that may not know me, I'm Bill Ward. I'm the Director of the Permitting and Inspections Department for the city. Part of our department has a housing division with 6 staff members who work for me. The housing division's responsibility under this ordinance that you're talking about is to review what is submitted by colleges or universities to determine if they've met that threshold. And we had a great conversation with Nick Anderson, and what he stated about his response is spot on. Great response. The response from the University of Vermont was that in writing that they had units that are in good condition. I'm confident that they do have an inspection process, but what I'm not clear about after hearing the complaints from the tenants, that the standards that we would expect for complaints, the things that we've seen in the visuals and in the testimony would amount to a violation of the minimum housing code. But what's missing is an actual investigation. So we've not physically been there to inspect, so I can't speak with great specificity about the nature of the response from the university, because what you've heard from the university is that they do respond. I can't speak to the veracity of if the response fixed the issue or not. It really will need to be fully investigated for us to be able to say that. The ordinance does actually allow for complaint inspections of units that are not required to be regularly inspected or inspected as a routine inspection. That part's there. I will tell you that our standard process in all rentals, when we get a complaint in Burlington, the complaint is assigned and investigated. The investigation begins within 7 days, with greater priority with things like heat complaints, the things that you heard university representatives describe. I would concur with. Those are more priority complaints. We give a higher level of priority to those when we receive them across the city. We respond to the tenant request to confirm if there is or is not a violation, and we let the tenant know in complaints that it is or is not, and we check in with the property owner to confirm if it is a violation, what the remedy will be, and give a date to comply by. So when we make a decision whether that there is a violation or there's not a violation, the process and the ordinance allows for either party to appeal my decision. I'm not king, and I don't want to be. I don't make the final decision on this. The Housing Board of Review hears appeals by either tenants or aggrieved property owners if they disagree with any findings from my office. So I wanted to say I thank Councilor Broderick and the councilors who worked on this resolution, because I think one thing that I am very happy with is the idea that this would go to Ordinance Committee if it's passed for further putting more fruit on the tree, so to speak, of what Councilor Broderick described as a bare process. It's pretty bare as far as what it states about what certification means. And I think adding some benchmarks through that process would be quite helpful for both the department to defend its position if we disagree with a university or a college, but also for clarity for the person responding to us to make sure that they're meeting those check boxes or the benchmarks. So I will stop there and be happy to answer any questions or let someone else come up if there's questions for someone else.
All right, thank you very much, Director Ward. I think you could probably stay there if you're okay with that. Sure.
Can I ask a point of inquiry to
yes,
you? This
Councilor
is
Litwin.
highly unorthodox. We've never had 4 different parties, at least in the time that I've been on the council, and we get 5 minutes to ask questions, and as we know, that time is counted against us. There are questions that I would have for different parties. They will need to come up and so forth. So what is your thought on the process? Because I haven't, do I get 5 minutes to, potentially to ask all 4 parties? I appreciate that we've put all these folks together, but they all have very different lines of questioning that I would have.
Each councillor under our rules is provided 5 minutes, Councillor Litwin. Total.
And so we have 1 microphone. Everybody's seated in the audience, and so I'm asking.
Councillor Litwin, I think
Okay.
your point of inquiry is, I've given you my answer. Under our
Okay.
rules, every councillor is provided 5 minutes. We will be here until 3 in the morning if every councillor is provided 5 minutes for each party that has come here. So we're not going to do that. Councillor Bergman, you had asked for time first, and your 5 minutes will start now.
Right, thank you. To the students who are here, you have recognized the big issues that are in front of us: the over-enrollment, the under-housing, and the disinvestment in that housing. And let me just say that you are part of a very proud tradition that I had when I was a student at UVM, and that's a long time ago, and that continues throughout the world as we sit here tonight. So your organizing brought us here, right? And make no mistake about it. Now, my friend Merrick is somebody who carried that work into this, and I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for being dogged, for not letting the delays, the bureaucracy stuff get in the way. It's really important, and that's the lesson that I think that we need to take from this. You have to be dogged, right? Because these are systemic problems that can only be solved with systemic solutions, and that means that we have to stay on that task. And to my colleagues across the table who we met, and I believe will have a unanimous vote on this, I want to thank you as well for the hard work that we did, and to the mayor's administration for their hard work in making sure that we did this. We are moving to a new stage, and let me say this to my young comrades here, who is that this is not a set it and forget it. You need to be there. You need to be there in my ordinance committee when we take these to hearings to make sure that your voices are heard, that we get the system. And to the university, I welcome your commitment to looking at new ways of doing things, and your commitment to being engaged in this process, as well as Nick, who used to work here and I like a lot. And so thank you, because I think that hearing process will get us to a place where we can not only do what Director Ward said in terms of making sure that the ordinance itself meets the needs that we have, and it does not. And I take public responsibility for being a code director for 2 10-month periods, interim, but nonetheless, and an attorney whose main job was to enforce the minimum housing code and bring landlords to court, which I did, right, for not being able to deal with that. I did not get students bothering me, but I shouldn't have had to do that. So I take full responsibility and apologize for that oversight, but we are here now, and we are showing a very bright light on a system that obviously needs that light and needs to be rectified. So I look forward to going through the ordinance. I look forward to hearing the process that they've got, to figuring out the means by which we can make this better, the systems that we can to make it work, right? There will always be this iterative process, and we'll have to always be looking at it. So my commitment to you all is that we will hold those hearings and we will march through this And to my colleagues on the Ordinance Committee, I'm sorry to say that you, if we have a quorum, will join me in that process. But I think that at the end of the day, everybody will be advanced, right? University says that it's committed. Champlain says it's committed. The students say they are committed. It's our job now to frame this up, and I look forward to a unanimous vote in favor of this so we can begin that work. Adelante.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Litwin?
Thank you. Given the realities of the mic, if UVM, no, Director, stay there, and UVM could come up, I've set aside all my other questions, and I've specifically kept it with Director Ward and with UVM. So Director Ward, I just have one question for you, which is, would you agree that given the scale of the university and the long-standing positive relationship that this city has had with UVM and the shared goal that I think we all have of safe housing for students, that the city never ceded its authority to enforce minimum housing code, but rather granted them a privilege of conducting their own inspections on what amounts to an honor system?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had for you. So thank you for being here. It's nice to see you both from the university. And Erica, hi. I was recently I was looking at our Vermont law recently and looked at the law that allows us to enforce our minimum housing code. Specifically, in addition, the legislature gave us the authority to establish a housing board of review, which I served on for 3 years, and you heard from Director Ward, that we have that there so that property owners can contest a decision made by the Office of Permitting and Inspection, or any party rather, in front of an unbiased quasi-judicial committee. We in Burlington exercise that authority. So my question is, what specific law do you believe exempts the university from minimum housing code, as mentioned in your emails?
Hi, I'm Wendy Koenig. I know most of you. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the university. I think that's a question that you would have to ask our General Counsel. I don't think any of us have the knowledge to speak on a matter of law.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on. So if you agree that filing confirmations of self-certification inspections is within the authority, why would, I guess, you oppose our ability to enforce minimum housing code, which, as Champlain's representative said, they felt strongly about meeting the obligations under the existing frameworks?
I think we would provide the same answer
Okay.
as was just provided.
Thank you. Would you agree that Champlain Housing Trust, Burlington Housing Authority, Cathedral Square, all of whom are nonprofits who are housing thousands of often vulnerable individuals, many of whom have disability needs, that all of these organizations have to meet the minimum housing code and are subject to inspections, and all of them are understaffed, under-resourced, and experience the same difficulty in experiencing securing parts and labor? Why do you believe UVM is in a worse position than those organizations, and therefore this would be overly burdensome as per your email?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. I think we would provide the same answer again.
Okay. If you're committed, as I believe you are, to student health and well-being and safe housing, do you still oppose our ability to enforce a minimum housing standard?
We believe that all of our students on campus deserve safe and comfortable housing, and we strive to provide that.
Okay, thank you. And I think my last question really for the evening is just, we heard testimony tonight of reports of maintenance requests going unresponded to or not responded to in what they felt was a reasonably timely manner. Would you agree that if this is the case for a student, whether that's a downtown tenant or a dormitorily housed student, that they would have the right to seek help from city housing inspectors?
I think we would always prefer that they reach out to our own internal systems. We have an email address set up at universityhousing@uvm.edu that you can always submit your
your complaints regarding service requests that haven't been followed up on, and so that would, I think, be the appropriate next step.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just wrap up. Do I have time?
40 seconds.
Thank you. I'll just really wrap up by saying that I think this was really easy for me to cross the proverbial aisle right from the start, because I just was very concerned with some of the correspondence that was shared by Councilor Broderick, and that there was an insinuation or an understanding that we may not have the authority to enforce our minimum housing code, and that this would be overly burdensome for the university. I don't see it as being overly burdensome in compared to any of the other wonderful nonprofits that serve and house many people in this city. And in addition, what I would say is we do have the authority to enforce that. The legislature has said so. I hope that the Ordinance Committee will come back and reaffirm that, and that this board will pass that. And if the university wishes to challenge that in a legal setting, they may, and I would support the city defending that. So thank you, and I want to thank Councilor Broderick and Councilor Bergman for their comments as well.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. We'll turn to Councilor Newbeezer, and I do just want to note, I greatly appreciate, again, all of our guests being here this evening. Certainly no one is required to or has to answer questions from this council, and so I appreciate your willingness to answer questions from Councilor Litwin. That said, if you wanted to say no, or to the Student Tenants Union or whoever, if you don't want to answer any questions, you're certainly free to do that as well. So just wanted to note that. Councilor Newbeezer, I'll turn the floor to you now.
Thank you, Council President. And yeah, I'll start with just thanking the lead sponsors, Councilor Bergman and Councilor Broderick and Councilor Litwin as well, for co-sponsoring it and early on crossing that proverbial aisle, because it is appreciated. So thank you for doing that. Quick comments, and then I do have a couple questions for Champlain College as well. I don't know if you'd be willing to come up to the table. It's my strong view. I mean, it's never really made any sense to me when Councilor Broderick started working on this issue, the idea that one of the largest landlords in the city, which would be the university, which would be Champlain College, some of the largest housing providers that we have within city limits, wouldn't be subject to the same code enforcement that everybody else is, the same inspection regimen, et cetera. And so I'm glad that we are examining that. I hope that the Ordinance Committee seriously considers not just implementing self-certification more effectively, but growing the capacity of the Department of Permitting and Inspections to treat every institution in our city just like we would any other landlord in our city that's providing housing. A lot of the issues, and when I met with the Student Tenant Union with other counselors from both sides of the aisle here, a lot of the issues identified around education of students, or students not necessarily knowing what options they have available to them to report things, to follow up with the city, what protections they just have as a tenant in the city of Burlington. You know, some of that education is already required on landlords with a unit. You know, for example, there's requirements around landlords informing tenants in the city of Burlington of their rights as it relates to security deposits and being able to follow up with the Housing Board of Review, which Councilor Litwin had served on. So I just want to sort of lay out my position and my hope for the resolution. I do very much want to, and I'm glad it was included in the resolution, hear from our city attorney's office that the city does sort of reaffirm our right to implement minimum housing code. So I have a few questions, and I'm not sure how much time I have. So I'll start and then maybe just go through them and see how much I have time for. But yeah, my biggest question is, I know that the memo that's been referenced here, email something, stated the city's position was that we don't have, the University of Vermont's position was that we don't have the authority as a city to regulate or implement or enforce our minimum housing code. Both at the university level, I'm curious if Champlain College has indicated sort of where you all sit currently? Because I know at least at UVM there was a change in administration. Is that sort of how both of you are entering this conversation, I guess, is what I want to understand.
I guess that's me. Good question. Our administration has been stable for a while, so that's awesome. But yeah, I think Champlain is not in any way committing or saying that we're not meeting minimum housing requirements. I think we would probably happily say that we exceed minimum housing requirements most of the cases. So it's not necessarily a matter of not having the authority, but we see that we currently do meet the requirements that there is to provide that documentation to Bill and to the department, that we do a heavy amount of making sure that our buildings are beautiful and well lived in. So I think for us that certification process has worked in the past, and I think we do provide an above minimum housing standard of housing.
Thank you, Nick. Nick did talk in his first 5 minutes about all of the inspection services that they do at Champlain. We didn't go over the same list that we do at the University of Vermont, but we do a very rigorous amount of inspection programs already. I'm actually really glad that you brought up security deposits, because in the minimum standards, they have a whole section about security deposits, which really just don't apply to a university environment. So I don't think that the university would sit here and say we're not doing the comprehensive inspections that you would all want us to be doing. I think that it really comes down to the language is written for the environment that we operate in terms of a university environment.
Sure.
My last question is just both, do you see the current systems in your respective institutions as sufficient? And what are your institution's positions coming into these conversations on, how do you see your impact on our housing market locally?
I'm not an expert on the housing market, being in facilities management, but I think when we talk about what improvements we could do in providing services to students, it's educating them on how to submit the service requests that they have. We heard from the group here tonight that the system is a little bit clunky. Can we provide training videos? We already have those. How do we get those out to the students? I'll be meeting with the Student Government Association tomorrow to provide a presentation on how to submit service requests. So for me, it's how to get that information out there, the resources, and then also how to educate them that if they're not getting the service that they want, they can always reach out to that universityhousing@uvm.edu to follow up and make sure that they're getting the response that they need.
Great. Thank you. Nick, I don't know if you want an opportunity to answer that too, but you don't have to. I just want to make sure you know you can.
Thank you. That's along the same lines as the UVM. I do think there is always opportunity to educate. That's what we do, and around educating on the process to be heard and to get that feedback to us. If we don't know something is leaking, we can't fix it. So the quicker we get those forms filled or the requests made, we can get onto it.
Great, thank you. Councilor McKnight, I had you up next.
Great. Thank you, President Travers, and thank you all for being here, and thank you to the students for all of your important advocacy. I just need to underline a concern that really goes beyond any one of the sort of single maintenance issues that we've heard about. During Councilor Litwin's questions, essentially we heard UVM plead the fifth on some very direct, reasonable questions that were following up on the university's own written communications to the city. And so I just find that very confusing. These are communications that are initiated from your team, and we're not able to get answers that are pretty basic follow-up questions. And so that is very concerning to me. These are questions that in topics that every other landlord in Burlington is required to answer ideally without hesitation, and that we have a whole set of complex systems for oversight for. And it just kind of proves the point that we need some more transparency and daylight into this system. Because how can we rely on self-certification if the university's not able to publicly explain the processes that sort of claim the necessity for that exemption in the first place? So again, this dynamic is really concerning to me. Students have come forward with really legitimate habitability concerns. And I just hope that as we move forward, the ordinance committee, the way that that process unfolds and the way that we tackle this is a more open exchange of ideas rooted in transparency and collaboration. And just wanted to put that out there into the ether because I was just pretty surprised by what just happened here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Councilor Schachter?
Thank you, President, and thank you everyone who's taken a lot of hours out of your evening tonight to be here. You never know how long a city council meeting agenda item's going to take. I want to turn this conversation on a bit of a sort of where do we go from here, because, you know, I'm really appreciative of the students who, as soon as you came to our council meeting a few weeks ago, I was like, we got to meet with these, you know, and hear more. And I'm so grateful for the organizing you've done, the stories you've brought, the voices you bring. It's really important in the seat that I'm in and my colleagues here that we make sure that everyone is safe and healthy and can thrive while here in Burlington. So I take it really seriously. I was glad to be able to meet with a couple of you last week. I really appreciate the organizing, and I think, you know, I shared then and I'll share again, like, you should be proud of sort of the way that you're bringing awareness and bringing, I think, all of us to be having an important conversation. I also want to speak, I haven't had direct communication with Champlain, but thank you for being here tonight. But I will also say that as part of wrapping my head around where do we go from here, I'm extremely grateful to the folks at UVM who've also been responsive, upfront, able to help me understand where things are at, and what I want to really hold and sort of bring into the space is that I see a real opportunity here to constructively move forward together. I really do believe that our priorities are shared, that we want students to thrive, that we want safe, comfortable living spaces for everybody. I know we have an administration at UVM, and I assume Champlain as well, who are really committed to these goals as well and bring a real willingness to engage in these conversations. I think it's high time that we as a city council and as and our city administration take a look at making sure that the ordinances that are on the books make sense, that they're, you know, where there are insufficiencies, that we can tighten them up. I think that's a great conversation, and I just want to sort of name that I think there's a lot of willing partners, both here on the council seats and in the mayor's office, among the students at UVM, at Champlain, and I'm very grateful for that. And I want us to sort of call that in, that I really do believe everyone has each other's best interests in mind, and that where there's, you know, a lot to sort of figure out, and where do we go from here. But I'm very grateful, and in the process of sort of, since you all came to where we've gotten today, and I do thank Councilor Broderick. I know my name is not as a co-sponsor, but we've had a really, we've been able to collaborate on this, I think, amongst the parties and get it to a place that we all feel is constructive and is going to get us to where we need to go. So I'm just really grateful, and to all who've been a part of it, and yeah, so I just kind of wanted to call that in. And again, I thank everybody who's taken the time out, is here, and has brought us and been a part of the conversations in recent weeks. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Schachter. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized? We'll go to Councilor Grant and then Singh.
Thank you. Shout out to Champlain. Haven't had a complaint from one Champlain student. I believe that the relationship between the City of Burlington and the University of Vermont is a very important one. I think we can all agree upon that. I believe it's a partnership that leads to a healthy community, and I don't want to do anything to endanger that. But I visited some of the dorms as guest of some of the students. And I've seen, and shout out to Bill Ward if you got a couple of my photos. Yes or no, thank you. So there's a disconnect. You stated what you believe. What you believe versus what is actually happening are two different things. So I am happy to hear that you're going to do some education with regards to how people can report issues. But you do have a significant number of complaints around issues that were correctly submitted and being submitted repeatedly and being closed without suitable follow-up as to whether the concern was dealt with. Part of the issues that we've had with the university over the years as we have been dealing with trying to get to a new MOU is the student population, the dramatic increase of students on campus without having enough housing for them. I want to make it clear that as an alumni and a resident of the city of Burlington, I don't blame students for any of this. As a matter of fact, students come here and they're like, whoa, what's going on? This is not necessarily what I signed up for, but they build community with each other, so it makes them want to stay. But it makes them also want to get off campus faster. And then that continues to put the crush on our housing availability. I want to see us get to an MOU where we're allowing and doing the zoning changes that the university is interested in, but what's it gonna matter if you can't maintain a certain standard in all of the dorms? That is not currently happening. You have a mold emergency. Period, full stop. You need to work with your housekeeping staff. You need to put something in place immediately to deal with the mold. I was in multiple bathrooms with mold on the ceiling, mold on the walls, signs on doors, leave the door open so the moisture doesn't build up. There are moisture issues all over. The infestations of silverfish in multiple dorms. Silverfish like it nice and moist. So you have indication here, and I would implore you to visit the dorms on Trinity. I went to certain dorms, and these students, the way they look out for each other is wonderful. They would go, you should go to Trinity. They need help on Trinity. When you are going to do these forced triples, and I was in triples that were forced, they don't even get 3 wardrobes. There's not enough space. And then I've been in the rooms where they were built to be triples. When you are adding all these extra bodies and creating all these forced triples, then you have all these extra people taking showers and having to use the toilet, doing the things we need to do for our basic hygiene and bodily health. You have more stress on the system. So more showers, more moisture, more mold. You have a mold emergency. You have to address this. Then there's just wear and tear in common areas where, cabinet doors are missing or things are broken. I mean, there can be, that to me is, okay, that doesn't look great, but you have a mold emergency. That's a health issue. And so when you're saying you're looking out for the health and safety of your students and you have this much mold showing in numerous dorms, That's not okay. Last thing I'll say is, at some point, the university recognizes this because someone came up with the idea, I'm not blaming you for it, but the pricing system now for dorms is classist. It's a real equity issue. In a way, you've recognized these basic dorms as not having the same value as dorms that are better maintained or have more amenities.
Your time, Councilor.
So, okay, so just please be mindful. You've got a mold emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Singh.
Thank you, Council President. Thanks to everybody on this council that worked together on this resolution, the Student Tenant Union, University of Vermont for being here, and Champlain College, Bill Ward for your expertise. I just want to say something, everybody here is so critical to this city. The students are critical to our economic vitality, our culture, the future of this city. Champlain College and University of Vermont, you're critical to the economic well-being, the well-being of this city, and for this to be a livable, college town that a lot of people want to come to. So I just want to recognize that everybody here is very critical and important to everybody here in this city. What I would say is, I am a landlord, and, I've experienced Bill and his staff come through, my properties in the past. And, there's minimum housing, there's code violations. What I would say is, it comes down to a recognition. Is this a place you'd want your kid to live in, that you would want to live in? And I really feel that everybody here has come together to say, hey, we want Burlington, the universities included here, and the city and the students. We want people to come here and have a great place to live and have a great experience. And I think that recognition is more important, because then it becomes an onus on you to take ownership of what's going on in your house, so to speak. So what I would say is, we can go to committee, we can do these things, but it really comes down to that decision as an institution, as an individual, that recognition. And I very much appreciate that people have come here tonight and have that recognition. And that is the step that is most critical for anything. And we can do our hearings and things like that, but that recognition of the importance of each other in this community is what's going to pull us forward and provide a better place to live for everybody here, and recognizing how critical all these people here and these institutions are to the vitality of this city. And I'd be remiss if we didn't recognize that as we tackle problems that are in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Is there any councilor that hasn't been recognized? Yep, Councilor Carpenter. And Barlow, I think you're the only one, or Kane online as well. Okay, all right. Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks, and I appreciate Councilor Singh's things. And I'm just going to say a little off-topic thing. Having run the largest housing organization in the state and having started as a property manager, I'm going to suggest to students that property management is a valid career, and it's quite interesting. And so if any of you want to really intern it, you meet people, you get the confluence of the buildings. So again, off-topic, it is about relationships, and think of it. That's something you might want to pursue.
Is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized? Councilor Broderick, I promised you earlier that because you went before everyone else, that I'd give you a last quick word if you wanted one. So if no other councilor wishes to be recognized, I'm happy to turn the floor to you for less than a minute or so.
Yeah, sure. I would also be remiss. Thank you, Councilor Grant, for mentioning this. That an organization that I don't think Inc. is here, that was also an integral, both an inspiration for me to take this problem on, and also I gathered a little bit of testimony from them as well, and that's the Disabled Students Union at UVM. So thank you to them.
because we had talked about like the locked elevators and ADA compliance and things like that. Anyways, my closing statement. I think it seems like everyone on this council is in agreement here on what needs to be done, and that is to have a conversation and bring in you folks, bring in the students, bring in the city. We need to come to the table, and we need to solve this. This is urgent. I do consider this an emergency. I've heard testimony similar to this when I lived in the dorms, when I ran for council, since I've been serving on council. Somebody asked me a couple of days ago, like, if this was like personal to me, and because like I lived in the dorm so recently, all that. No, I don't. It's not personal to me. This is just a simple matter of health and safety for all residents of Burlington, and I reiterate that I hope that this can pass with unanimous approval. I'm optimistic that if all parties can get into the room and speak to each other and get information and come to a conclusion on what we should do, that I think the solution can be solved. So I think the relationships are important to this, and I'm hoping that we can continue to build relationships while centering the need to put the health and safety of all Burlingtonians forward. So, Councilor Bergman, I'm glad to be the one to help vindicate the sins of your past, and I think we're ready to call the question.
Adelante, as Councilor Bergman said. Adelante, yes. Well, I think we are prepared to call the question again. Just before doing that, I know that our way of approaching this was a bit more unorthodox than we typically do things, but this was one of the first times in my role as council president that we've had so many different parties proactively reaching out, wanting to engage in this discussion. So again, I want to state appreciation for the students, as well as UVM, as well as Champlain College, and of course, Director Ward, you're being here as well on behalf of your department. I know that these are difficult conversations, and I really appreciate your willingness, everyone's willingness to engage in them. I also want to acknowledge that there are some legal questions surrounding all this. The resolution itself is asking our city attorney's office for an opinion on this, so I appreciate that everyone here holds questions around some of those issues. With that, I think we will move to a vote on the item. We'll try a voice vote. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much again to our guests this evening. We'll now move to item 6.5 on our agenda. It's an ordinance on sidewalk interference. And Director Ward, this probably would have been on our consent agenda, but since you were here already, it is on our deliberative agenda. I'm not going to pass the gavel on this item. I'll admit that I am the sponsor of this item, but it came at your recommendation and the recommendation of some constituents, Director Ward, and so I'm hopeful that you may be able to just provide a brief introduction and then would welcome a motion from a colleague here to send this item off to the Ordinance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President Travers. This is an issue that comes to us seasonally, and we are trying to help out residents of the city and other departments. There's no specific section that covers the city permitting and inspections department as it relates to sidewalks being blocked by vegetation or anything else. But a few residents have reached out to us to try to get assistance. There's a complicated way that these issues can be resolved, but in short, it comes down to some pretty basic stuff. Sometimes the hedges, it's not grass, as was mentioned in public forum. I just want to point that out. It's the complaints we're getting are generally about hedges, taking as much as about 50%. That's a lot of the sidewalk. And to me, it feels like it's the kind of thing that we should be able to just ask the property owner for compliance and get voluntary compliance. Shockingly, we don't. And the best I can do is give another stern warning and say, we're going to write you another letter if you don't
take care of this. The police department has authority under the section that's listed in the ordinance to write a ticket for this. It's not likely they're going to do that just because they do have better things. I don't think we'll write a lot of tickets, but I do think if the ordinance is changed to provide us some ticketing authority, or Department of Public Works as it comes to City Council Ordinance Committee, any of the other departments who are authorized through city ordinance to be able to write tickets could, but we're willing to take it on as a way to help out residents when there's no other recourse other than to use the city charter, which would be a more complicated process than this. The members of the Parks Department could come before the City Council through Board of Finance and say, we've asked multiple times for this property owner to fix the hedge problem, and we're now asking that you give Parks Department authority. That would be their request under the charter, that you give Parks Department authority to fix it themselves and then put a lien against the property. I don't think we should have to come back to City Council every time we have an issue like this. I would much rather have a quick response and let the person have an immediate consequence, which would be a ticket. And I look forward to the ordinance committee process where we can flesh out the details of what would actually happen in these cases. But this is simply a request to send this to ordinance committee for review, potentially to give DPI this authority to write a more serious ticket, not just $50, but as much as $250 if people don't reply to our written warning in advance that says you must do this to allow people with a baby carriage or people on a wheelchair to simply go down the sidewalk. It's a very basic matter.
Thank you, Director Ward. With that, I would welcome a motion from a councilor to waive the first reading and refer the amendment to the City Council Ordinance Committee.
I will move that.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
Second.
Is there a second? Second by Councilor Litwin. Is there any councilor with questions or comments on this item? Councilor Litwin.
Yeah, I just want to say for the public who may be watching, although the room just emptied quite a bit, I know there will be folks who are concerned about seeing a big increase in a ticketable offense, and I just really want to draw us back into thinking about, you know, who's using our sidewalks and the privilege that some of us have to be able to move off of a sidewalk with ease, and other folks don't have that. And so I happen to represent and live around a lot of folks who use a wheelchair and a lot of folks who use baby carriages. As you mentioned, Director Ward, and I appreciate you bringing this forward for that exact reason. This has been, you know, a real issue in my own neighborhood and community. And then in addition, it creates line of sight safety problems for traffic when they're turning on or off of streets. If the bushes go too far out, cars either have to pull further out to be able to see, which can result in accidents, or they just can't see around a corner. And I know I've bothered you about a certain corner that shall remain nameless several times for that exact reason, which is like, I love that you're using your greenway for gardening, but at the same time, when it gets to be 6 feet tall and we can't see a baby carriage coming around the corner or a child on a bicycle, which just happened to me like a week ago, and luckily I was going very slow, it's just so important for the inclusivity and the accessibility of our community. So I just ask folks, and I think the vast majority of Burlingtonians understand it, get it, do it, and if they have it brought to their attention, they most likely would appreciate and comply. So I appreciate that this is for the absconders and the maybe the more difficult cases. So I just wanted to really thank you for bringing this forward and putting some teeth behind this a little bit.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, and thank you. When I discussed this with Councilor Travers, I had expressed some concern that we have a lot of sidewalks that I travel that have overhanging trees and other sort of obstructions to travel, and I wouldn't want us just to start writing tickets to all these folks without first engaging them. So I'm wondering, currently, how is this handled? Because you talked about people with hedgerows that are interfering with travel on sidewalks, but I know that I live in a neighborhood for 15 years. There's been where I have to duck and sort of I go through this canopy of cover, which also could be a
a problem for people with mobility issues. And so I just wonder, like, how are things handled now? And is there like a warning before, you know, the ticket book is taken out? So if you could just comment on a little bit about that.
Sure. Just to be clear, there is no ticket right now, so really all there is warning, and that may be part of the problem. If you've got just a warning and nothing to, you know, give a consequence, the person knows you can't do anything more than just ask them 10 more times. But our standard process across all things is to request for voluntary compliance. And a lot of times that can be done either with a phone call, an email, or just going up and knocking on the door, which is what I prefer to do, to get off my butt and get out and talk to people where they're at, because you make the connection, you get them to understand why it's a problem. They may not realize that there's a person with a wheelchair who's trying to get by, and they look at it and say, oh my gosh, I never really thought about that. Or in one case, I was a Ward 1 resident who just this last year said, I had no idea that was my responsibility. Thanks for letting me know. So yes, we give initial notice regularly, and often it's multiple notices. If it gets to a point of a letter from me, it means that probably VJ Komai at Parks has tried, and that someone like the DPW right-of-way inspector, Alice, may have reached out to them as well, and they need the muscle, if you will, from DPI, because we do write tickets. We just don't have any real authority with it. So there are multiple levels of notice to the person. I can assure you, our process would never be to issue a ticket to someone who didn't have fair warning that we just need you to comply by this certain date. If you do, you won't hear from us again. And I honestly think that this is not going to be a big moneymaker for the city, because most people, if you write them a single ticket after they said, I guess you meant this, I think we'd get pretty quick compliance after that. So probably not going to be a lot of repeat offenders, and it's not a moneymaker for the city.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to the conversation and in ordinance when it's referred, and I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Is there any other councillor that wishes to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we will go to the vote on whether to forward this item to the Ordinance Committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Ward. Thank you. So in addition to Director Ward already being here this evening, the other reason why I place 6.5 and 6.6 on the deliberative agenda is really, again, to make clear to the public that the motions on each of these items are just to waive the first reading and to refer to the Ordinance Committee, not to put either one of these measures into effect. That is true for item 6.6 as well, an ordinance regarding unlawful entry into a motor vehicle, which, if moved here and seconded, the ask would similarly be to send it to the Ordinance Committee. I'm the main sponsor of this, but I'm not going to pass the gavel. I'm going to just take some liberty to provide just a very brief factual summary of what this would do. If we end up getting into a substantive debate on the matter, I will pass the gavel at that point in time. So factually, the state took action in the last couple of years to update the state statute on trespass to extend that statute into the unlawful entry into a motor vehicle. Our local ordinances, which mirror a number of state statutes, have not made that same update. This effort, if ultimately passed through the Ordinance Committee and this council, would align our local ordinances with state statute, and as stated in the resolution, would therefore allow this ordinance, among others, to be handled by our new City Circle initiative, which is being worked through our City Attorney's Office in collaboration with the CJC. So with that background, I would welcome a motion on this item to waive the reading and refer the ordinance amendment to the City Council Ordinance Committee. Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Are there any comments on this item at this point in time? All right, we'll go to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That carries unanimously. Which takes us now to item 6.7. This was originally on our consent agenda. It was referenced earlier during our work session on BTV Cares. This is the authorization to sign a cooperation agreement with the HowardCenter, Inc. This came to us through the mayor's office as well as through our Board of Finance at the meeting that we held, not tonight, but the last meeting. And I suppose before turning to a motion on the item, to those councilors that asked that this item be taken off the consent agenda, I received requests from both Councilor Schachter and Councilor Grant, and perhaps would welcome your taking the floor if you have any comments at this point in time, either one of you, before we go to a motion on the item. Or any councilor, really, who wishes to be recognized on the item. Yep, Councilor Bergman.
So I had the opportunity earlier to scan the agreement, which I had not done, and it's pretty bare bones, and it seems to be focused on effectuating the new monies that we're giving to the street outreach program, but I do not see its link with the change in the CARES program, and I'm uncomfortable. I don't know who is here from the administration who can speak to this about doing that. We've asked for, and I asked specifically for some detail things. So it would be really wonderful if I could hear the relationship, and then if it is necessary for us to act tonight on this, or whether we can be acting on it on our December 1st agenda, which is my preference, just to make it known.
Thanks. I see Chief of Staff Aaron Jacobson here. Chief Jacobson. We have so many chiefs here tonight.
It's the night of chiefs.
Presented on this at our Board of Finance meeting 2 meetings ago, and appreciate
Indeed.
your being here tonight.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak to this item, which is a grant agreement with the HowardCenter regarding their street outreach program in the city of Burlington. So I need to speak a little bit about the procedural history of this, and then I think that will help you determine what you want to do next with it. This council, through the FY26 budget, already approved the allocation of the $249,000 to HowardCenter Street Outreach Program. That's through our regional programs budget. We've talked a little bit about that regional programs budget and how we want to build a little bit more formality around it, a little more process around it for FY27. We are working on that effort. For this year, considering we were significantly increasing the amount of funding for the street outreach program, we did also want to then engage in a grant agreement with HowardCenter around the funding. But the funding allocation has already been approved. So the grant agreement itself was something that Sarah Russell, Ingrid Jonas, the BPD, and HowardCenter were working on. They did keep it pretty bare bones, as you say. It's intended to reflect that HowardCenter Street Outreach will continue to provide the services it is and has been providing, that there will be both a responsive and proactive elements. And the piece that was really critical to the administration that we never had before, let alone any agreement before, was that we would have information sharing. And you can see in attachment 2 of the agreement that there's a significant amount of data that the HowardCenter will be sharing with the city both quarterly and annually. So we very recently received Q1's data, even though we actually haven't finalized this agreement. HowardCenter wanted to provide the data to us anyway. I can't say that I've had any time to really analyze that data, so I can't speak to it this evening. However, this grant agreement is intended simply to reflect that we wanted to provide this additional funding
to Howard Center for this year, that they would continue to do the work that they are doing, and that we would be able to have some fairly robust data information sharing. This agreement is not intended to reflect anything about the CARES program. These are two separate, though I acknowledge they're related in terms of our health response system, but this grant agreement was never intended to address the ending of the CARES program. I will say, I think there's some valid questions. For example, if the city is going to get quarterly reporting from the Howard Center, to whom do those quarterly reports go, or to whom could they go? Could Howard Center come to the Public Safety Committee and provide those reports? Howard Center is a fantastic partner, and I think if that's what this council and the administration would request, I'm sure that they would be open to that kind of communication and engagement. But as to this agreement, it's really just to provide some framework and information sharing around the allocation that has already been approved by this council.
That is very helpful, and so it leads me to ask whether it would be a fatal mistake to delay till the 1st, just so that people who might have something like the reporting change, if you would, or that suggestion to say the Public Safety Committee would have a chance to weigh in on that. What do you think?
I think if you want to propose that we add a provision that provides a little more detail or clarity about the quarterly reporting or the annual reporting and to whom it goes, I can say that the administration is fine with that, and I can anticipate that Howard would not have a problem with that. Other than that, I wouldn't want to open this agreement up and rip it apart and try to add a whole bunch of provisions that relate to the CARES program when that's not what this grant agreement is intended to be addressing.
I appreciate that. I hesitate to do that on the fly.
Right.
Sausage making is stinky enough without having to do it on the fly.
And
so
I agree.
If we could,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so if we could do that, if it would be okay to wait, and then knowing the limits that we're working with on this agreement, to delay till the 1st. I'm wondering whether it would be I see other people want to talk, so
Yeah.
I would say that I would be inclined to move to table to a time certain. I'm not making that motion because I don't want to cut the
All right.
debate. But
We'll go to Councilor Carpenter and then Schachter. Thank you.
A couple of thoughts. The previous conversation about the CARES program, we're left with a lot of unanswered questions. In my opinion, it surprised all of us that it ended. And I don't feel like we have a very good vehicle, committee structure, or committee assignment to deal with, and then I'm just going to call them social service programs, for lack of a better. It's come up before with some of the programs for the unhoused. Which committee should review those? So I feel, and I'm going to say this to President Travers, there's a gap in our council system about who should kind of be reviewing these. And I still feel this council, as of tonight, would like some group of people to look at with CARES going away. Are we missing something? We feel a lot of unanswered questions. So I guess I'm sort of suggesting two things. I have no problem with agreeing to this contract because we already agreed to it, and we sort of have to make it whole. I'm going to direct to the council president and the administration, we need a better way to, who's going to talk about these programs, Even the $250 that we gave to Howard in the spring, and I think we all, our gut agreed, they do a ton of work. It made sense to give them money. I don't think any of us objected to it. We agreed. But in retrospect, we should have probably had a conversation then. not so much in terms of the regional programs, which is sort of a bigger picture, but who reviews our community service programs? And I just feel like we need a process for that. And, I'm not sure which committee it should be, and I don't want to propose it right off tonight. And I also don't want to hold this up, because they should have the money and they should give us the data. So I guess I'm proposing that maybe we sign the contract or approve the contract, but ask that somebody come back with us for a better way. Like I said, the CARES program probably should not have been discontinued without more conversation. And I think there's other things that we've had in the past or in the future. How do we vet those?
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Schachter.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Chief, for talking with us this evening. I did think it was important to pull this to deliberative kind of in light of what we've been talking about with CARES. And while I completely understand and respect that we've approved this allocation, I have no intention of halting that. Obviously, it's already underway. Howard's doing phenomenal work. I do think it's really important, going back to what Councilor Bergman also mentioned, that we make sure that in this contract, we are accounting for whatever gaps may be in place now that we have learned about CARES ending. And I think I just want to make sure that the way this is worded, that we are proactively sort of seeing the roadmap to how the folks, some of the highest needs folks in our community who have been very supported by CARES, are gonna still receive support in the way that they deserve to receive it. And I know that, or my understanding is that there are several folks who work with CARES but not with Howard. I don't know why, obviously, but I want to make sure that we are identifying those gaps and that the work that's required to support every person who's in need of support in our community, who's been receiving support by CARES, that those services and supports are covered in the contract, if that's the plan, which it sounds like it is, that Howard's going to be pulling it up. So I just think it's worthy of a second look, to Councilor Bergman's point of not to hold it up, but to make sure that that roadmap is in there and that we're accounting for it. And I do have a little bit of a, I'm thinking about how things went down this summer, particularly around core and that transition, and that I feel like there was more sort of off-ramping and on-ramping and clarity that I know you and I and Councilor Carpenter and others were in many meetings to help support that happening. I think we can kind of realize that we want to be proactive about that. We want to be mapping that out. And so just making sure that that's accounted for sort of in this agreement, now that the timing just happens to work out, that we're approving this at the same time that we're talking about and learning about CARES. I also just want to flag that I do think the data, I like to see the data, all of that whole table of data that we'll be receiving. I would really love to have a conversation around when and how do either committees or the council receive that information. I think in the same way that it's very helpful to get periodic reports from other departments on what they're seeing, I think when we are making this level of investment in partnering with Howard for our community safety net, that we should be regularly looking at that data and hearing from them and making changes and as needed. It's obviously they're the service provider, but it's good for us to be aware as we're really working to build a strong and thriving community. So yeah, I think I echo that if there is some flexibility, taking the time, just even if it's just to December 1st, to really like map out like what do we need to make sure is accounted for in this contract if they are indeed taking up that work.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
So again, I think it makes sense to make some small tweaks, like be clear about where the quarterly reporting is going to whom, which committee, and or the mayor's office, and make sure that it's Q1, Q2, Q3 annual. However, when the allocation of the funding was made to HowardCenter, it was June 2024.
5. And at that time, we didn't know that we were going to make a determination to end the CARES program. And so I think it's perfectly acceptable and makes sense that you could ask HowardCenter to come report back to the city about how it's going since the CARES program ended. How were the conversations between the BPD and Howard when CARES was still going and before it ended and before work maybe was transitioned over to Howard? And I think you could ask the BPD about that as well. But I don't see this grant agreement as necessarily covering this handover of work directly from CARES to the HowardCenter, because CARES hadn't ended at the time of the allocation that is that this grant agreement covers. That said, and we all heard tonight, HowardCenter make assurances that they absolutely are going to try to ensure that there's no gaps in services. But some people might not want to work with HowardCenter, and some people that CARES was working with might be working with other organizations already as well, like Pathways. That's a common partnership as well. So while I think that it's important for us to understand and monitor what happens after CARES ends and are folks being well cared for, or are there gaps that we need to continue to address, I don't know that this agreement is the place to try to make sure that we are monitoring for that. I think that's just something that we could be doing outside of this particular grant agreement. I would also just say briefly that there's a lot of data that this city has and can collect and can bring to bear on our decision making about our community health response system. There's BPD data, BFD data, there's going to be situation tables data, city circles data. I think there's going to be interesting data coming out of the community accountability docket, and all of that, I think it is a good question about what do we do with all of it. How do we get it to your table, to the public's eye and ear, and how do we make decisions applying that data to make sure we continue to be evidence-based? But not all of that is, I think, is necessarily in any one grant agreement. And I'm not saying you were suggesting that, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Litwin. And then Grant.
If Councilor Grant wants to go first, I know we usually go back and forth. Okay. So thank you for being here and for answering questions. Actually, this is exactly the type of conversation that I want to have and that I think we should be having. And I think earlier in the night, when we sort of first started talking about this, I think Councilor Grant put it in good words and about how I was feeling, especially she is chair of the Public Safety Committee, and it was concerning to me that the Public Safety Committee wasn't aware, and she talked about how she was made aware. President Travers also shared some comments, and one of the things that I have repeatedly given as feedback to members of the mayor's administration is this sort of ongoing feeling that we're sort of, as counselors, I'll speak for myself, just sort of asked to digest this in like just a couple days, and the community's not really aware of it. And then what really concerned me was I learned about this through reading a 7 Days article, and I don't want to learn about these types of things through 7 Days or through like constituents coming up and asking me. I want to learn about it as early as possible from the mayor's administration so that we can be partners together, because we're all saying really important things. There are really strong minds at this table who have given a lot of their time to advocate for their communities. And what concerned me was that in the 7 Days article, the new Deputy Chief of Staff, Jen Zakaris, said, I don't think that council involvement would have changed anything here. And that doesn't sit well with me. This council should be involved in these conversations, and I don't want one member of the mayor's administration deciding that. I want that coming to our caucus conversations. I want that President Travers to be made aware right away, as soon as possible. I realize there are
many moving parts to these things. And so I just really, I guess I would ask again that, you know, this was a problem that I felt with the prior deputy chief as well. I just was learning about something through a press release or learning about something after the fact. And it's not that I question the mayor's authority to, as chief executive of the city, it's that, you know, we're supposed to be partnering here on these types of solutions. And what I heard tonight was a bipartisan concern. And so I just would ask that we continue to be mindful that we want to be involved in those conversations, and as the fiscal stewards of this city, we should be involved in those conversations. And I have concerns about, not that the Howard Center does good work, but I have concerns about their capacity and their ability to meet the standards, and I have concerns about, well, I won't reiterate them, but they've already been raised tonight. So when we can have these types of intentional processes and let you know what our concerns are early on, we can address them in the contract or we can address them in committee. And so I appreciate everything you said about the data too, because I would love to see that going to the Public Safety Committee or some other appropriate space, because you're right, there's going to be a lot of really rich data coming out. You're welcome to respond if you want, you don't have to. I just really wanted to share how I'm feeling about the relationship between this body and the administration right now.
Sure. Would you like to respond?
I will respond briefly by saying I'm sure that for everything that we try to do, there's ways we could do better. That's just true for everybody. We definitely care about our relationship with you. We see you as a co-equal branch, and we try to provide a lot of information in ways that we think is helpful and timely. Is it always timely? No. Are there always enough hours in the day? No. We made the decision about CARES somewhat recently, and then brought that decision to the attention of caucus leaders, and not long after that asked for this work session. I'm always happy to collaborate and deliberate with any and all of you. I mean that genuinely. It's one of my favorite parts of my job is collaboration. So I will continue to try to do better. As for this agreement, which doesn't relate to CARES at all, in its inception, I really would ask for your support on it so that we can continue to move forward with Howard Center, and also with Howard Center's partnership, ongoing partnership with the BPD and the CSOs and the CSLs and other staff there.
Is my time?
Yes.
Okay.
I do not have any other counselors. Oh, excuse me, Councilor Grant.
So I received this email from someone who was receiving services, and they had relayed a very traumatic experience that they had, and was expressing how the CARES team was helping them, and that they were very upset to find out that the program was being defunded. I believe, based on the timing of the email and then my immediate reaction after reaching out to Assistant Director Lacey Smith, I forwarded her the email because, one, I wanted her to see the praise that her team was getting from someone that had received help after such a traumatic situation. And I always go to her with all things CAPE. She's an assistant director. And I was like, what is she talking about? And she just said, yes, it's true. Which then I went and started asking some questions. So there really, to me, did not seem to be a plan to notify us. And that is deeply concerning to me. It seems like me is what accelerated
this notification. And also the notification that the CARES team, which was doing work, was close at one point, and I have to find the meeting where we did get an update of interviews that were going on and offers that would be going to the third person for the team. And then I'm assuming the reason that never happened, I'm thinking about so many holes in communications and the time of day, the amount of time we have and how we can't keep track of everything. And I was like, oh, I should have asked why someone wasn't hired, that was going to be hired, right? Because they must have gotten the notice that they wouldn't be moving forward. And then at some point, to do their due diligence, they have to look at the individuals that they are managing these wraparound treatment plans for, and they have to make sure they're handed off appropriately. They have to notify them appropriately. So then that's how I get an email, right? Because why are you doing this? Why are you letting this happen? Please don't let this happen. That has to be looked at. I feel like there needs to be a deep dive around this process. And clearly, under the Modern Gov initiative, maybe the program didn't have a chance. Under the prior leadership of the police department, maybe the program didn't have a chance. You know, politically, it was put in police when people wanted it. There were many people wanted it in fire because they felt fire could have accelerated getting it off. But at this point, the bottom line is this. Now that we know this is happening, and now that HowardCenter is claiming that they can take care of these individuals, my understanding is that they repeatedly advised that the work was a duplication of services. I strongly disagree I just disagree because we know that we've had individuals that could not or would not be serviced by Howard that are serviced by CARES. How do we track that? How do we, that has to come into play in somehow, and I guess I'll finish by saying I think we do need to delay voting on this and figure out a couple of lines that we can come in to track it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Bergman, well, is there any other councilor that wishes to be recognized on this item? Do you mind, Councilor Bergman, okay. Yeah, I thought you were. So, Councilor Singh?
I'll just be brief. Well taken, Chief, that this is different than what's going on with CARES team, that this agreement is different. It's gone through Board of Finance. I recognize that. I just want to echo some of the councilors' comments here and what has come through public safety. Director Smith did quantify, or not quantify, but pointed out that what they do is different than what street outreach does. Councilor Barlow asked in our last public safety meeting when Tammy Buddha was there, saying that they were different than what CSL, CAPE, and the CARES team does. So without CARES, it's obvious to me that there is going to be a gap here, based on both those people sitting in public safety and telling us that. I could go into more details. I know this isn't the forum right at this moment because we're discussing something else, but I just wanted to point that out to everybody here. Look at those public safety meetings. Lacey Smith was there, I believe, on 4/17 and 8/28, and we just had Tammy Buddha on 10/23. And I think it's really important that these things were recognized by the committee itself. So I think it's really important to point that out, and that we know there's a gap there if CARES goes away. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Singh. Councilor Bergman?
Thank you. Given the conversation and what I'm not hearing is a fatal delay, I'm going to move that we delay the action on this matter until our meeting of December 1st, with a request to the administration to add a piece related to reporting, and for you to think about the appropriate place or places where that should be done, so we don't do it on the fly tonight. And this will give anybody else an opportunity to put in
what I think are similar, narrow requests for this particular agreement. So, yes, so that's the motion. And just to clarify, I do think that I'm convinced that these are two different things, and we need not to glom this one up as we try to do everything at the same time with this delay. But, yeah, thank you.
Councilor Bergman has moved to postpone this item to our next meeting on December 1st. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Schachter. Is there any debate on the motion to postpone? All right, we will go to a vote then on the motion. All in favor, say yes.
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 All-
Just checking us after 10?
Yeah, I mean, yes, aye, whatever. Well, let's do it again. Okay. Yeah, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So thank you, Chief of Staff Jacobson. This item will be postponed until our meeting on December 1st. I also want to express gratitude to our partners at the Howard Center who were here earlier, and we'll look forward to continuing to collaborate with them on this item. That is the conclusion of our deliberative agenda, which takes us to item 7, which is committee reports. Item 7.1 is verbal reports. Is there any counselor with a committee report? Councilor Bergman.
Just a note that the Ordinance Committee will be meeting on this Thursday, the 20th, at 3:30 in the Busher Room, and we will be dealing with the two consumer protection ordinances, on the private parking lot signage and the gas stations, as well as the disclosure item. And just for your note, there is a memo in the communication, so it's the part of the agenda after the verbal communication, after the verbal reports, on the incentives ordinance, or whatever you wanted to call it. It's a memo from Attorney Ramakrishnan, and in there where you've got it says recommended action, it really is just a report of what our committee did. So you can get that there. I don't need to, as we get close to the witching hour, to extend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other counselor with a committee report? Councilor Barlow?
Yes, TUC will be meeting on its normal day, the fourth Tuesday, which is 11:25. But we'll be meeting earlier that day. We're going to start our meeting at 4 o'clock, and we'll be at 6:45 Pine. And the schedule is still being finalized, but it's always riveting content. So please attend.
Okay. It's persuasive. Yes, okay. Any other counselor with a committee report? Councilor Carpenter?
On our consent agenda was a letter of request to the mayor and CAO, a draft letter that we make our committee reporting and protocols more uniform. So I just wanted to look at that note, and I'll follow up with the CAO because their concern was that people with perhaps disabilities can't maneuver our committee meetings as well. So just pointing that out to you.
Thank you for noting that, Councilor Carpenter. Any other committee reports? Yes, Councilor Grant.
Meetings this week. Tomorrow will be the REIB committee meeting starting at 5:30. And it will be our first meeting with Director Perkins. And then there'll be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Thursday, which will be our last Public Safety Committee meeting for the year, although we will be asking for data updates in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Any other counselors with committee reports? Okay. I will note the time is 10:28 p.m., so we have 2 minutes until our rules require adjournment. The next item on our agenda, though, is City Council General City Affairs. Is there any counselor that wishes to speak very briefly, absent a rule suspension, Councilor Schachter.
I have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, President, which is, I spent a couple minutes yesterday on the Church Street Marketplace's Instagram page, and there is the most amazing selection of events happening downtown over the next 6 weeks. It was like a 12 or 15 slide event of everything going on, and it's really joyful, and it's exactly what we need, so I just wanted to flag that for the public. I recommend checking it out.
Thank you. Councilor McKnight?
Just a brief PSA, building on Councilor Schachter's theme of good community and adding the element of helping our neighbors in this time where so many benefits for folks who are food insecure are being cut. Our caucus and the Burlington Democrats are hosting a citywide food drive on Saturday, November 22nd. Drop-offs from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And you're invited to donate non-perishable food and diapers at drop-off sites throughout the city. All the items collected will be delivered to Feeding Chittenden and the North End Food Pantry. And feel free to reach out to get more information on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Does any other councilor have any other comments on general city affairs? Councilor Barlow, you have 1
Just
minute.
to let anybody who doesn't know that UVM men's soccer won the America East Championship yesterday. They're the #1 seed in the country in the tournament, and they get a first round bye, and they'll be facing the winner of Hofstra and Syracuse, who are playing on Thursday at 6. UVM's playing at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Tickets go on sale, I think, Thursday at noon.
Well, that's a great last note, Councilor Barlow. Congratulations to your son and you and
Go
all of
Nash.
his teammates. Yes. So with that, it is now 10:30. Under our rules, I'm required to adjourn the meeting, so the meeting is adjourned, absent objection. Thank you.